World War II. The big one. The global cage match. The war with more spin-offs than the Marvel Universe. If you're hearing this, you either clicked play by accident while trying to fall asleep, or you actually want to understand why every documentary narrator speaks in hushed reverence whenever they say 1945. Let me ask you something. What do you know about World War II? That Hitler was a lunatic with a stupid mustache. That America showed up late and loud. That every movie ever made between 1950 and now somehow involves Nazis. Yes. And also not even close. So, before we dive into the years of chaos, let's clear the runway. You can't understand the Second World War without knowing the mess that came before it. Because as history teaches us, if you don't clean up after dinner, eventually the leftovers will start a war. Let's take a stroll. Well, more of a limping march through the global fever dream that was the world before 1939. Because wars don't start out of nowhere. They stew like bad chili. And this one, cooked for 20 solid years. Let's wind the clocks back to 1918. World War I has just ended, leaving Europe in a state that one might generously describe as traumatized and less generously as a heap of trench mud. Corpses and broken treaties. Millions were dead. Empires were gone. Russia's Tsar had been executed by his own people in a basement. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had disintegrated like a cheap biscuit in tea. And the Ottoman Empire had gone the way of blockbuster video. It was chaos with a postmark. And what did the victors do to rebuild the world? They wrote the Treaty of Versailles, a document that combined diplomatic arrogance, economic ignorance, and a pinch of revenge. It blamed Germany for the whole damn thing, handed them a bill so enormous it could have crushed the Alps and stripped them of territory, dignity, and the right to have any real military. It was like grounding your kid for a year, taking all their toys and then setting fire to their allowance. The idea was peace. The result was resentment and not the quiet, brooding kind. The let's get a dictator and start arming ourselves kind. Meanwhile, in the rest of the world, people were busy losing their minds. The 1920s came strutting in wearing feathers and jazz. The US was partying so hard it forgot that economies need regulation. Europe, on the other hand, was like a recovering alcoholic at a frat party. Sober, angry, and surrounded by bad influences. Then came 1929, and with it the Wall Street crash. Picture the global economy like a game of Jenga that someone kicked over during a tantrum. Banks collapsed. Factories shut down. People lost jobs faster than you could say capitalism. And when people get desperate, they stop voting for the guy in the middle. They go to the fringes. They look for someone who promises order, strength, and maybe a new empire or two. Enter fascism. You've heard of it. Not the watered-down social media version people throw around today, but the real stuff. Black shirts, military marches, posters of angry men yelling at grain production statistics. Italy was first. Benito Mussolini, journalist, megalomaniac, and pioneer of facial oil, took power in 1922. He turned Italy into a one-party state, invaded Ethiopia, and spent the rest of the decade trying to convince the world he was the new Caesar, even though half his military couldn't figure out which way to hold a rifle. Germany, though, that's where things got especially spicy. After World War I, Germany had formed the Weimar Republic, which was democratic, progressive, and about as stable as a chair with one leg. Hyperinflation hit so hard in the early 1920s that people were using banknotes as wallpaper. No one trusted the government. Extremist parties flourished. And in the back of a beer hall in Munich, a failed artist named Adolf Hitler was ranting about betrayal. Jews, Bolsheviks, and pretty much everyone else. He attempted a coup, got thrown in jail, and wrote a little book called Mein Kampf, which, fun fact, was the least readable bestseller in history. By 1933, he convinced a critical mass of Germans that democracy was the problem, not the answer. The Nazis took power. Democracy left the building. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union was doing its own terrifying thing under Joseph Stalin, who was busy executing anyone within shouting distance of Moscow and turning farming into a state-run bloodbath. And in Asia, Japan had decided it needed more land, more power, and fewer Chinese people in the way. They invaded Manchuria in 1931, and when the world raised an eyebrow, they said, "What are you going to do about it?" Spoiler: nothing. Because the League of Nations, the world's new peacekeeping club, was essentially a polite group of diplomats who thought that strong words and awkward silences could stop militarism. They couldn't. They didn't have an army. They didn't even have a decent brunch spread. They just kept passing resolutions and hoping someone else would do the hard part. And so the 1930s stumbled forward. Germany rearmed openly. Hitler pulled out of the League of Nations, annexed the Rhineland, and nobody stopped him. Italy took Ethiopia. Japan started bombing Shanghai. Spain, not wanting to be left out, fell into civil war. And Britain and France, they watched, they worried, and they kept trying to appease the fascists, which is diplomatic code for crossing fingers and praying it'll all calm down on its own. The United States, by the way, was busy being deeply isolationist. They'd had enough of foreign entanglements. Thank you very much. And besides, they were still climbing out of the Depression. FDR was fixing the economy with alphabet soup programs and didn't want to get dragged into another European mess. Technologically, the world was primed for mayhem. Airplanes had evolved from wooden kites to sleek bombers. Tanks were no longer experimental oddities. They were mobile death boxes. Radios could broadcast propaganda to millions. Machine guns, grenades, flamethrowers, or the greatest hits were back. And better than ever. And the worst part, everyone knew it. This wasn't a surprise party. This was a slow, terrible build-up with every red flag waving in plain sight. Hitler annexed Austria in 1938, then took a slice of Czechoslovakia, then the whole damn country, Britain and France, still hoping to avoid war, handed him concessions like he was an angry toddler in a supermarket. By 1939, the world was standing on a cliff, whistling nervously, pretending not to notice the growling volcano beneath their feet. And then in September, it happened. Hitler invaded Poland, Britain and France. Finally, out of patience and delusions, declared war. The lights went out across Europe. So why are we doing this? Why revisit the ugliest chapter of the 20th century? Because it matters. Because every major power dynamic today, NATO, Russia, China, the US, the UN, the EU, traces back to this conflict. Because the ideologies, the propaganda, the lessons learned or ignored still echo through headlines and history books. And also because it's a hell of a story with villains and heroes, but mostly with flawed humans making colossal mistakes in real time. A story that shaped the modern world through blood, betrayal, resilience, and a few really questionable military strategies. So, if you're still awake, tuck yourself in. Things are about to get loud. Chapter 2 is 1939, the year the world finally said, "Enough." And trust me, it only gets weirder from here. 1939, when Poland gets uninvited guests from both sides. 1939, the year Europe officially lost its last nerve and the world hit start on the deadliest game of geopolitical Jenga ever played. It began with a map, a mustache, and a lie, or rather several lies. stitched together by one increasingly unhinged dictator and a world so afraid of another war that it was willing to believe the best of a man who screamed his intentions into microphones on a weekly basis. Let's set the scene. Germany under Adolf Hitler had spent the previous few years perfecting the art of aggressive real estate acquisition. First came Austria in 1938. Anlass, as they called it. Basically the Nazi version of a family reunion with tanks. No bullets fired. Just cheers and flags and an entire country suddenly part of the Reich. Next came the Sudetenland. A delicious slice of Czechoslovakia rich with German-speaking folks. Hitler claimed it was about ethnic unity. Europe, still hung over from World War I, said, "Sure, why not?" and handed it over at the infamous Munich Agreement. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain even returned home waving a piece of paper and declaring peace for our time. Spoiler. It was not peace. It was barely an intermission. By March 1939, Hitler gobbled up the rest of Czechoslovakia. Not German-speaking, mind you, and Europe started to realize that appeasement was less a policy and more a nervous breakdown. And still the question hung in the air like mustard gas. Would anyone actually stop him? Enter Poland. Poor, proud, sandwiched Poland. Situated between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. It was the geographical equivalent of being trapped between two bears, arguing over who gets the first bite. Hitler had set his eyes eastward, craving Laban's realm, living space, which in practice meant kicking out, relocating, or murdering millions of people and planting flags on their land. Poland was next on the menu, but there was a snag. Britain and France. This time they swore it would be different. After watching Hitler devour Austria and Czechoslovakia with zero pushback, they finally drew a line in the sand. In March 1939, they guaranteed Poland's independence. It was like watching someone promise to protect a stray cat from a pack of wolves using only polite language and a firm tone. Meanwhile, Hitler was preparing. German troops massed along the border. But there was one crucial complication. The Soviet Union. Stalin wasn't exactly on speaking terms with Hitler given their ideological differences, and the whole Nazi Germany wants to destroy Bolshevism thing. But Hitler didn't want a two-front war. So he made Stalin an offer. Thus came one of the most cynical world's deals in modern history. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact signed on August 23, 1939. This non-aggression pact between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union stunned the world. But the real kicker was the secret protocol. The two agreed to carve up Eastern Europe like a pie. Poland would be split down the middle. The Baltics and Finland Soviet snacks. Hitler and Stalin shook hands, gritted teeth, and pretended to like each other. With that deal inked, Hitler had what he wanted. A free hand in the East. No more waiting. No more diplomacy. September 1st, 1939. At 4:45 a.m. The German battleship Schleswig-Holstein opened fire on a Polish garrison at Westerplatte. Simultaneously, German troops surged across the border. Tanks rolling. Stuka dive bombers screaming overhead. Blitzkrieg lightning war was unleashed for the first time, a terrifying, fast-paced military strategy that relied on speed, coordination, and overwhelming force. Poland never stood a chance. Let's be clear. The Polish military was brave, proud, and not nearly as backward as the propaganda would later suggest. No, they weren't charging tanks with horses. Well, almost never. But they were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. German forces moved fast, hitting supply lines, communication hubs, and cities with a cold, calculated ferocity. Britain and France, bound by their guarantee, declared war on Germany on September 3rd. But, and here's the depressing bit, they didn't actually do much. This period became known as the Phony War or Sitzkrieg, where everyone was technically at war, but no one wanted to make the first aggressive move. Troops sat on the French border drinking tea while Poland burned. And then, as if things couldn't get worse for Poland, September 17, 1939, the Soviet Union, keeping its end of the Molotov-Ribbentrop bargain, invaded Poland from the east. Stalin claimed he was protecting ethnic Ukrainians and Belarusians because apparently irony was alive and well in Moscow. Polish forces, already reeling from the German assault now, had to deal with a second invading army. It was a blitz sandwich and Poland was the meat. By early October, Poland had fallen. Warsaw lay in ruins. Thousands of Polish soldiers fled to Romania, Hungary, and beyond, forming the basis of a government in exile. The country was carved in two, half Nazi, half Soviet, and both occupiers wasted no time in unleashing terror. On the German side, mass executions, forced relocations, and the beginning of what would become the Holocaust. The Nazi machine started cataloging people, banning Polish culture, and targeting Jews, intellectuals, priests, anyone who might pose a problem. On the Soviet side, mass deportations, political purges, and the notorious Katyn massacre, where thousands of Polish officers were executed and buried in secret. The Soviets denied responsibility for decades. Spoiler: it was them and the rest of the world, watching, waiting, rearming slowly. The fall of Poland was a brutal wake-up call. Blitzkrieg had worked. Appeasement had failed. The war was real. But for the next several months, Europe held its breath. There were no immediate invasions westward. Just silence. An anxious, ominous pause before the storm truly broke. In hindsight, 1939 was the year the world's illusion shattered. The idea that Hitler could be reasoned with. Dead. The belief that the Soviets were too ideologically opposed to cooperate with fascists. Laughable. The assumption that another major war could be avoided. Obliterated. World War II had begun. And the scariest part, no one knew how bad it was going to get. 1940 France falls. Britain stalls. Hitler balls in Berlin. Right then. Pull the blackout curtains. Pour yourself something stiff. Tea or gin. Both historically appropriate. And settle in. Because 1940 is where things start to get really unhinged. If 1939 was the beginning of the war, 1940 was the moment it dropped the pretense, tore off its shirt, and started flipping tables. Let's open on Europe. Early 1940. Poland is gone. Carved up like a holiday roast by Germany and the Soviet Union. Britain and France are technically at war with Germany. But there's a whole lot of standing around and not much shooting going on. This strange interlude is what history calls the Phony War, or as the Germans mockingly referred to it, sits, a war of sitting. In Britain, school children were being evacuated to the countryside. Gas masks were handed out like party favors and sandbags were stacked in front of pubs. Priorities. But militarily, not much action. France with its famously confident generals and the supposedly impregnable Maginot Line. A massive string of fortifications along the German border was convinced Germany wouldn't dare attack head-on. And in a way, they were right. Hitler didn't attack head-on. He went around. But before we get there, let's take a detour north because Hitler, ever the multitasker, decided 1940 was the year to secure his northern flank. Resources. Baby. Norway and Sweden had iron ore. Vital for German industry. And Hitler wasn't about to let the British get cozy up there. So, in April 1940, he invaded Denmark and Norway. Denmark folded faster than a lawn chair. Norway, bless it, fought back. led by King Harkin IV in exile and aided sort of by the British. The campaign was chaotic, snowy, and a wake-up call to Britain, which realized it had a lot of brass buttons, but not much actual coordination. Back home in London, the Norwegian fiasco triggered political upheaval. Neville Chamberlain, Mr. Peace for our time, found himself out of a job. In May 1940, a gruff, cigar-chomping bulldog named Winston Churchill took the reins as Prime Minister. He was not the consensus choice. In fact, many thought he was a warmongering relic. But history would prove when the world is burning. Sometimes you need a fire to fight fire. Now France in May, Hitler launched Fall Gelbcase Yellow, his masterstroke to crush the West. French and British commanders were expecting a repeat of World War I. Slow, trenchy, predictable. But the Germans had been cooking up something very different. Blitzkrieg returned. This time aimed west. The plan: fight and attack through Belgium as expected. Draw Allied forces forward and then punch through the Ardennes forest. A region so rugged the French believed no army could move through it. That assumption was in hindsight a catastrophic error. German panzer divisions barreled through the Ardennes like it was a country road. They bypassed the Maginot Line entirely, cut behind the Allied forces, and suddenly the front line was behind them. Panic erupted. French defenses collapsed like a soul in a thunderstorm. The British Expeditionary Force, along with tens of thousands of French troops, found themselves trapped near the coast at Dunkirk. Here comes the miracle. Operation Dynamo. Between May 26th and June 4th, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were evacuated across the English Channel. And it wasn't just warships. Civilian boats, fishing vessels, ferries, pleasure cruisers joined the effort. It was desperate. It was messy. But it worked. Over 330,000 troops escaped. It was, Churchill said, a miracle of deliverance. But let's not sugarcoat it. France was finished. On June 10th, Mussolini, sensing opportunity like a hyena eyeing a dying zebra, declared war on the Allies. Italy's involvement was largely symbolic at this stage. But the optics were dramatic. For days later, on June 14th, German troops marched into Paris. The City of Lights went dark. The French government fled south. By June 22nd, an armistice was signed. France was split in two. The North and West were under direct German occupation. The South became Vichy France, a puppet regime under Marshal Pétain that collaborated with the Nazis and generally tried to pretend they weren't being held at knife point. It was a national humiliation. France, once Europe's military powerhouse, had lasted just 6 weeks. And in Berlin, Hitler was giddy. The man strutted through captured Paris like a kid in a candy store. He made a surprise visit to the city, admired the Eiffel Tower, allegedly ordering the lift cables cut so he wouldn't have to share the view, and left feeling like a god. His gamble had worked again. But across the Channel, Britain stood alone. And this is where Churchill came into his own. He delivered his now legendary speeches. We shall fight on the beaches or we shall never surrender. And the words were steel. The country braced for invasion. And Hitler, for all his swagger, wasn't sure how to proceed. Operation Sea Lion, the code name for a German invasion of Britain, was drafted but never executed. Why? Because Hitler needed air superiority. And so began the Battle of Britain, starting in July and stretching into the fall. The German Luftwaffe began bombing British airfields, radar stations, and eventually civilian cities. This was the Blitz. Bombs over London night after night. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Children evacuated again. Londoners sleeping in underground stations. Fire. Sirens. And yet, Britain didn't break. RAF pilots, many of them in their teens and early 20s, fought tooth and nail, outnumbered, exhausted, and flying by the skin of their teeth. They held the skies. Radar gave them an edge. So did home turf and sheer bloody-minded determination. By October, Hitler called it off. The invasion was postponed indefinitely. Britain alone had stood firm. Hitler turned his eyes elsewhere eastward. But we'll get to that. Back to 1940s highlights. The U.S., still officially neutral, passed the Selective Training and Service Act, its first PCM draft. The writing was on the wall. Franklin D. Roosevelt won an unprecedented third term, making it clear that America wasn't quite done meddling in European affairs. A powerful signal that the United States was prepared to stand as a pillar of democracy and global leadership at a time when the free world desperately needed both. And in the East, Japan continued its war in China, eyeing Southeast Asia and planning quietly for a confrontation with the U.S. So there it was, Europe under Nazi rule, Britain bombed but unbowed, Hitler at the height of his power. 1940 was a year of collapse and defiance of falling giants and unexpected stands. The war had gone from terrifying to apocalyptic. And worse still, it was only just beginning. Next up, 1941. One of the most unhinged years in human history. Hitler will turn on Stalin. Japan will light a match in the Pacific. And the whole world will finally, unmistakably, be at war. 1941. Pearl Harbor. Barbarossa. And oops, it's global now. Let's be perfectly honest. If you were watching World War II as a limited TV series, 1941 is the episode where all hell breaks loose and you yell, "Wait, what the hell just happened?" The plot twists come fast. The cast of characters multiplies and suddenly it's no longer a local European quarrel with fascist overtones. It's a full-blown worldwide brawl. Everyone's invited and nobody's leaving with clean hands. We begin in Europe. Hitler, feeling mighty smug after bulldozing half the continent in 1940, is riding high. France fallen. Britain bombed but stubborn. The Soviet Union mysteriously quiet thanks to the non-aggression pact signed in 1939. Now, if you know anything about Adolf Hitler, and I sincerely hope your knowledge is purely academic, you know the man didn't do quiet. Hitler had never intended the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to be more than a delay. He loathed Bolshevism, loathed it with the intensity of 1,000 burning flags. Stalin, in Hitler's eyes, was both a racial and ideological enemy. And Germany's destiny, Hitler believed, was to push eastward, to conquer, to cleanse, to colonize. Lean's realm. Remember that horrible euphemism for stealing land and committing mass murder. So while everyone was watching the skies over London in 1940, Hitler was secretly planning Operation Barbarossa, the largest land invasion in human history. No, really, this wasn't just a military campaign. It was a war of annihilation. On June 22, 1941, without warning or formal declaration, Germany turned on its temporary ally and launched a three-pronged assault into the Soviet Union. 3 massive army groups. Army Group North heading for Leningrad. Army Group Center gunning for Moscow. Army Group South plunging into Ukraine. 3 million German soldiers crossed the Soviet border supported by hundreds of thousands of Axis troops from Italy, Romania, Hungary, and others. Tanks, artillery, planes, infantry. It was blitzkrieg on steroids. And Stalin shocked, utterly blindsided, despite numerous warnings from spies, diplomats, and even Winston "Bloody" Churchill. Stalin refused to believe Hitler would betray the pact. When the attack came, he reportedly shut himself away in his dacha for days, stunned into inaction. The early weeks were a bloodbath. Soviet forces were poorly prepared, poorly led thanks to Stalin's purges, and completely overwhelmed. Entire armies were encircled and destroyed. Cities burned. Civilians fled in terror. But here's the thing about Russia. It's big. Like really big and cold and very good at absorbing invasions until the invaders freeze, starve, or get eaten by wolves and counteroffensives. While the Germans made staggering gains in the summer and fall, they couldn't knock the Soviets out. Leningrad held under siege. Moscow resisted. The Red Army reeling began to recover. And by December, the Germans had overextended themselves. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's rewind a bit and check in with the Far East. Over in Asia, Japan was neck-deep in its war with China, which had started back in 1937. The Japanese Empire had imperial ambitions the size of their ego, and they wanted more resources. Oil, rubber, tin. The kind you find in Southeast Asia. Problem: the United States had been watching Japan with increasing irritation. When Japan occupied French Indochina in 1940–41, America finally snapped. President Roosevelt froze Japanese assets and, more importantly, cut off oil exports. That's right. The U.S. cut off Japan's gas money. Japan's response. Not diplomacy. On December 7, 1941, a quiet Sunday morning, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. The goal was simple. Knock out the U.S. Pacific Fleet in one massive strike by time to conquer Southeast Asia and secure access to resources while the Americans scrambled to recover. It was a stunningly executed assault. Hundreds of planes took off from Japanese carriers and rained bombs and torpedoes down on the American base in Hawaii. In under 2 hours, 400 Americans were dead. 8 battleships were damaged or sunk. Over 300 aircraft destroyed or crippled. It was a brutal gut punch. But it wasn't the knockout blow Japan hoped for. Why? Because the U.S. aircraft carriers, the real game changers, were out at sea. And because, as Admiral Yamamoto famously said, Japan had awakened a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. The very next day, December 8th, Congress declared war on Japan. And then, plot twist, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. No one forced Hitler's hand here. He just did it. Some think he wanted to show solidarity with Japan. Others think he thought the U.S. was a paper tiger. Whatever the reason, it meant this. The United States was now fully in the war. Suddenly, the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan were up against not just the UK and the USSR, but the full industrial might of the United States. It's hard to overstate what a shift this was. The US had a massive population, vast resources, and the ability to outproduce every Axis nation combined. And now they were pissed. Meanwhile, back on the Eastern Front, things were starting to go sideways for Hitler. His armies had reached the outskirts of Moscow, but the Soviet capital didn't fall. Instead, winter hit. And not just any winter, the kind of Russian winter that makes vodka freeze. German troops, outfitted for a short campaign, found themselves in snow up to their waist, fighting an enemy that was adapting faster than expected. Soviet reinforcements, many from Siberia, launched a counterattack in December. Moscow held. The Germans fell back. 1941 ended with chaos on every front. Europe was under Axis occupation, but Britain stood firm. The Soviet Union had been battered, but was unbroken. The United States had entered the war, bringing with it the capacity to turn the tide. North Africa, the Balkans, China, the Pacific, all were now active battlegrounds. This was no longer Hitler's European war. It was World War II in every terrifying sense. The years ahead would see unimaginable slaughter. daring resistance, moments of horror, and heroism in equal measure. But 1941, that was the year it became truly global. That was the year the war woke up. And my dear listener, if you thought this was intense, wait until 1942. The Nazis dig in, the Allies rally, and the Pacific becomes an ocean of fire. But for now, breathe. Rewind if you must. The sleeping giant has risen, and the world will never be the same. 1942. The Axis peaks. The Allies freak. And Stalingrad sneaks in. If 1941 was the year the world got dragged into the war kicking and screaming, then 1942 was when things got real dark. Real fast. This was the year the Axis powers reached the height of their territorial control. From the beaches of France to the deserts of North Africa. From the gates of Moscow to the Pacific Islands bathed in gun smoke. It looked for a terrifying moment like they might just win. But don't get too comfortable because in true tragic comic style, their overconfidence started cracking at the edges. This was also the year the Allies began clawing their way back bloody inch by bloody inch. Let's start with Europe. Specifically the Soviet Union. After Hitler's backstabbing blitz in 1941, the Eastern Front turned into an absolute meat grinder. German forces had failed to take Moscow and were now digging in for another push, convinced that one more big offensive would break the Soviets once and for all. So Hitler, in his infinite delusional wisdom, decided 1942 would be the year he took the oil-rich Caucasus region and the symbolic city of Stalingrad. Now you may ask, why Stalingrad? Why not just focus on oil fields and leave the symbolic cities alone? Well, because it had Stalin's name on it. And for Hitler, that was like waving a red flag at a very angry, very genocidal bull. So, off they went. Operation Blue. A sprawling plan to seize Soviet oil, crush the Red Army in the south, and maybe, just maybe, win the war in the east. Started off strong. The Germans advanced quickly. Soviet forces fell back. Cities were captured. Hitler was feeling pretty smug. Then they reached Stalingrad. The battle for this city, which started in late summer and raged through the end of the year, was less a conventional fight and more a descent into hell. Bombed into rubble by the Luftwaffe, Stalingrad turned into a sniper's paradise and a soldier's nightmare. House-to-house combat. Room to room. Sewer to sewer. It wasn't about tactics anymore. It was about endurance. The Germans called it the Ratten Creek. Rat War. And the Soviets under General Zhukov were preparing something big. They let the Germans pour in. Then in November, they encircled them. Operation Uranus. Yes, that was its actual name. Get your giggles out now. Smashed through the weak Romanian and Italian lines guarding the flanks and trapped the German Sixth Army inside the city. Cut off. Starving. Freezing. Hitler naturally forbade them from retreating. They would hold to the last man. And they did. But spoiler, it didn't end well. By the end of 1942, the once invincible Wehrmacht was stuck in the ruins of a city it didn't need with the Red Army tightening the noose. Now, let's hop across the map to North Africa. Because if there's one thing the Allies loved in 1942, it was fighting in deserts. The British had been locked in a back and forth with the Axis powers in Egypt and Libya, trading blows like two sunburnt drunks in a sandstorm. The German Afrika Korps, led by the dashing and frustratingly competent Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, aka the Desert Fox, had pushed dangerously close to the Suez Canal. Enter El Amin. In October 1942, British General Bernard Montgomery, a man with eyebrows that could win wars on their own, launched a massive counteroffensive. The Second Battle of El Alamein was brutal, but it turned the tide. Rommel's forces were pushed west, and the British finally had a win to brag about. Churchill, never one to miss a dramatic quote, declared, This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Poetic. Sure. Confusing. Absolutely. But he wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the United States was finally making waves. Literally. After Pearl Harbor, the U.S. military had to get up to speed fast. 1942 saw the first major American ground operations in the war. Operation Torch. An Allied invasion of French North Africa. American and British forces landed in Morocco and Algeria in November, facing mostly Vichy French troops who weren't exactly thrilled to be fighting their supposed liberators. But eventually, the Allies secured the territory and began pushing toward Tunisia, where Rommel was preparing his last stand in Africa. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't quick. But it was the beginning of an Allied push that would end up in Sicily less than a year later. Now, let's sail over to the Pacific, where 1942 was, frankly, an absolute bloodbath. After Pearl Harbor, Japan had gone full empire mode. In rapid succession, they seized the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, Hong Kong, the Dutch East Indies. It was an imperial buffet. Western colonies fell like dominoes and the Allies were reeling. The worst moment, possibly the fall of the Philippines in April. U.S. and Filipino troops made a heroic stand on the Bataan Peninsula, but were eventually overwhelmed. Survivors were forced to endure the Bataan Death March, a brutal, forced relocation that killed thousands. But then came the cracks. The Battle of the Coral Sea in May was the first naval battle in history where the ships never saw each other. It was all fought by aircraft. Technically a draw, but strategically a win. It stopped Japanese expansion toward Australia. Then came Midway in June. The U.S. Navy, armed with crack Japanese codes and a healthy dose of guts, ambushed the Japanese fleet. In one day, 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were sunk. It was a staggering loss, one from which Japan's navy never fully recovered. And finally, in August, the Americans landed on Guadalcanal. It was supposed to be a quick operation. It turned into a 6-month slog of jungle warfare, disease, and nightmarish naval battles. But by the end of the year, the U.S. held the island. Japan was no longer advancing. They were digging in. So to recap, 1942 in all its miserable glory. Germany reached its peak, but got bogged down in Stalingrad. The Soviets started turning the tide. The British won in North Africa. The Americans got their boots dirty. Japan got punched hard at Midway and couldn't finish what it started. It was a brutal, bloody year. But for the first time since the war began, there was hope. Real hope. The Axis had overreached. The Allies had learned how to punch back. And as we close this chapter, just remember the tide has turned. But the waves are far from calm. Next up, 1943. The year of momentum. The year the Allies start steamrolling forward. But don't worry. We'll still have plenty of destruction and decisions made by men who definitely needed therapy. Sleep tight. Listener, Stalingrad hasn't fallen yet. But it will. 1943. Turning the tide with blood, sweat, and bombs. By 1943, the war had officially flipped the script. The Axis, once unstoppable, were now retreating, stalling, and slowly realizing the global domination was harder than it looked. And the Allies still bleeding, still arguing, but learning fast and hitting back harder. Welcome to 1943. Darling, a year of counterattacks, collapsed dreams, and some truly ugly mustaches getting trimmed down to size. Let's start in the East because if there's one place that deserves top billing in 1943, the Stalingrad. Remember that frozen meat grinder from last chapter? Well, it ended in early February 1943, And the result was catastrophic for Germany. The Sixth Army, once Hitler's pride and joy, was annihilated. Nearly 300,000 men went into Stalingrad. Fewer than 100,000 came out. Most surrendered, frostbitten, and starving. Hitler refused to believe it at first. When he did, he sulked like a toddler who just dropped his ice cream. The loss wasn't just military. It was psychological. The aura of invincibility surrounding the Wehrmacht cracked wide open. And the Red Army, emboldened, enraged, and just getting started. By summer, the Soviets were ready to flex. Cue the Battle of Kursk. July 1943. The largest tank battle in history. Think thousands of tanks. Miles of trenches. Endless smoke and fire. The Germans launched Operation Citadel, hoping to punch through a Soviet bulge in the front line. Instead, they hit minefields dug in defenses and a Red Army that knew it was coming. The Soviets held, counterattacked, and sent the Germans into retreat for good. From this point on, the Germans would never launch another strategic offensive on the Eastern Front. They were on the run, now over to the Mediterranean, where the Allies had wrapped up their North African vacation and were looking for the next sunny destination to liberate. They chose Italy. First stop, Sicily. In July, British and American forces invaded the island. It was hot, chaotic, and full of landmines, fascists, and goats. But the Allies moved fast, and within weeks, the Axis defenses crumbled. The fall of Sicily spooked Italy's King Victor Emmanuel III. He sacked Mussolini, who was promptly arrested, shaved emotionally, if not literally, and replaced by a new government that secretly started peace talks with the Allies. But Hitler wasn't about to let Italy drift off the fascist ship. He sent in troops, rescued Mussolini in a dramatic mountaintop raid, and installed him as head of a Nazi puppet state in the north. Italy was now a battlefield divided between Germans and Allies with Italians caught in the middle. In September, the Allies landed on the Italian mainland at Salerno. It was a tough slog. The terrain was mountainous, the German defense stubborn, and the weather miserable. Italy became a slow, bloody campaign, far less glamorous than Sicily. But it meant this. Hitler was now fighting on yet another front. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the United States was becoming a war machine. By 1943, American factories were cranking out planes, tanks, bullets, and boots at a rate that made Axis commanders break out in stress rashes. The U.S. had entered the war late, but it arrived with an industrial haymaker. And not just gear, manpower. American troops were shipping out by the thousands. First-time fighters, sure, but increasingly well-trained and ready to make some noise. In the air, the Allies began a new strategy, round-the-clock bombing. The British RAF bombed by night. The U.S. Army Air Forces bombed by day. The target, German industry, cities, and morale. The campaign was controversial then and now. Cities like Hamburg were flattened. Thousands of civilians died. Morally gray. Absolutely. But strategically, it started to chip away at Germany's ability to make war. Let's not forget the Atlantic, where German U-boat had turned the sea into a graveyard. Allied convoys were being picked off in horrifying numbers. But in 1943, new technology, long-range aircraft, improved sonar, and better tactics finally started turning the tide. The Battle of the Atlantic reached a turning point. U-boat losses soared. By the end of the year, the sea lanes were safer and Allied supplies could flow freely again. Over in the Pacific, things were heating up, too. After the bloodbath of Guadalcanal, the U.S. launched its island-hopping campaign. instead of liberating every island. The plan was to leapfrog from one strategic position to another, cutting off Japanese strongholds and pushing ever closer to Tokyo. In November, the U.S. hit the Gilbert Islands, Tarawa in particular. The battle lasted 3 days and cost over 3,000 American and 4,500 Japanese lives. It was one of the first times Americans saw and censored images of dead Marines on beaches. The shock was real, but so was the resolve. Meanwhile, in occupied territories across Europe and Asia, resistance movements were growing bolder. Sabotage, assassinations, intelligence gathering. Local fighters were risking everything to bleed the Axis from within. Their contribution often unsung but vital. Also in 1943, the Tann Conference brought together the Big Three, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin in the same room for the first time. They agreed on one major thing: a second front in Europe, the long-awaited invasion of Nazi-held France. But that was for 1944. So what was 1943? It was the beginning of the end. The Axis still held territory. Yes, but the tide had turned. Germany was retreating in Russia. Italy was collapsing. Japan was being pushed back, island by bloody island. And the Allies, they were coordinating, planning, and gearing up for the final act. But make no mistake, the fighting was far from over. And the worst horrors of the war, especially those hidden behind barbed wire and SS smiles, had yet to be revealed. For now, though, you can rest easy knowing that 1943 was the year the war began to bend. It had not broken. Not yet. So breathe, love. The worst is still ahead. But so is the justice. Next up, 1944. The beaches of Normandy. The liberation of Paris. And a very bad year to be a Nazi in Western Europe. Sleep tight. The Allies are coming. 1944 D-Day vengeance and how to ruin Hitler's birthday. By 1944, the Allies were no longer just holding the line. They were coming for blood. The Axis powers, still clinging to vast territory, were showing cracks in every direction. Hitler was growling from his bunker. Mussolini was playing dictator of a puppet state. And Japan was throwing everything it had at a war it could no longer afford to win. This was the year of vengeance, of landings, of liberation, and of one birthday party that went spectacularly wrong for a certain short-tempered Austrian. Let's start with Normandy. June 6, 1944. D-Day. Operation Overlord. The day the Allies finally kicked down Hitler's front door in Western Europe. But oh, the planning. The Allies had spent years preparing for this. Maps, models, rehearsals, decoys. They even hired actors. No, really. British stage magician Jasper Maskelyne helped design fake tanks and dummy landing craft to fool German recon. The ruse: convince Hitler the invasion would come at Pardile, not Normandy. Meanwhile, 156,000 troops, 5,000 ships, and over 11,000 aircraft prepared to cross the English Channel. The night before, airborne troops dropped behind enemy lines. Paratroopers from the U.S. 82nd and 101st and the British 6th Airborne landing in pitch darkness. Often in the wrong places. Often into a storm of bullets. Then the beaches. Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword. Each with its own bloodbath. Omaha was the worst. American troops waded into a storm of German machine gun fire, artillery, and obstacles. The first waves were torn apart, but they kept coming. And by nightfall, despite the chaos, the beaches were held. D-Day wasn't a clean victory. It was gritty, brutal, and almost went off the rails. But it succeeded. and it marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany in the West. By late June, the Allies were pouring men and material into France. The Battle of Normandy was on. Hitler, in all his tactical brilliance, refused to allow German commanders to retreat or maneuver. Instead, he tried to hold the line with sheer stubbornness. Bad call. In late July, the Americans broke out at St. Lo, launching Operation Cobra. Armored divisions punched through German lines. The British and Canadians pressed from the east. German forces were pushed into a pocket around Falaise and the trap closed. Thousands of Germans were killed or captured. By August, Paris rose. The French resistance, emboldened and fed up, launched an uprising. The Allies marched in soon after, led by Free French forces under General de Gaulle. On August 25, 1944, Paris was liberated. Crowds cheered, flags flew, and for the first time in 4 years, the City of Light was free. Now, rewind a few months, because while the West was preparing for D-Day, the Soviets were not sitting idle. They launched Operation Bedtime in June, a massive offensive against Army Group Center in Belarus. And when I say massive, I mean biblical. Over 2.3 million Soviet troops smashed through German lines, obliterating entire divisions. It made D-Day look like a warm-up. By August, the Soviets had reached Warsaw, which brings us to the heartbreak of the Warsaw Uprising. The Polish resistance rose up expecting Soviet support. But Stalin, ever the opportunist, let them bleed. He halted his advance, allowing the Germans to crush the uprising, destroying much of the city and killing thousands. It was a calculated move. Stalin didn't want a free Poland. He wanted a Soviet Poland. And by letting the resistance die, he cleared the way. Let's hop over to Italy. Still grinding on like a rusty meat grinder, the Allies pushed north, capturing Rome on June 4th, just 2 days before D-Day. But Hitler had fortified the Gothic Line, his last stronghold in the north, and progress slowed. The terrain was hell. The Germans were dug in, casualties mounted. Meanwhile, Mussolini, having been rescued and installed in the puppet Italian Social Republic, was now Hitler's sidekick in name only. His power was a joke. His days were numbered. In the air, the Allied bombing campaign intensified. Cities like Dresden would get their turn later. But in 1944, German industry was already under constant assault. Oil refineries, factories, railways. Nothing was safe. But the real terror in the skies. The V-1 and V-2 rockets. Hitler's so-called vengeance weapons began hitting London in mid-1944. The V-1s were jet-powered flying bombs. Loud, fast, and terrifying. The V-2s were silent ballistic missiles. No warning. Just a boom. They caused panic. But strategically too little. Too late. Hitler needed miracles. Instead, he got retreat. And in the Pacific, the U.S. continued its island hopping. In June, American forces invaded Saipan, which brought Japan within range of B-29 bombers. It was a brutal fight, including mass civilian suicides fueled by propaganda. Then in October, the U.S. returned to the Philippines. General MacArthur, never want to understate his importance, waded ashore and declared, "I have returned." The Japanese, unwilling to lose the islands without a fight, threw their entire fleet into the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval battle in history. They lost. Badly. Japan was losing ships, islands, and hope. Now, back to our headline. Hitler's birthday. On July 20th, 1944, A group of German officers led by Klaus von Stahlenberg attempted to assassinate the Führer with a briefcase bomb at his headquarters in East Prussia. Operation Valkyrie. The bomb went off. 4 people died. But not Hitler. He survived with minor injuries. Mostly because the briefcase got nudged behind a heavy table leg. Lucky. Unfortunately. Yes. In response, Hitler unleashed a purge. Thousands were arrested. Hundreds executed. The conspirators were hanged with piano wire. Even mild dissenters were swept up. The resistance within Germany, always fragile, was crushed. So 1944. What a year. D-Day happened. Paris was liberated. Rome fell. Germany got squeezed from both sides. Japan lost the Philippines and most of its navy. Hitler survived an assassination attempt. But barely. The war was not over. Not yet. But the Axis powers were losing ground. Losing allies. And losing any illusion of victory. One more year. Dear listener. One more year. 1945 is coming. The collapse. The camps. The surrender. But for now, close your eyes knowing that finally justice is on the march. The beaches have been taken. The tide has turned. And the world is waking up. 1945. The endgame and 2 bombs too many. And so at last we arrive at the final act. The war had stretched across 6 long bloody years. Devouring continents. Toppling empires. And redefining humanity's capacity for both courage and cruelty. By 1945, the Axis powers were cornered, crumbling, and crawling toward their grim final scenes. But the end was not swift, and it was anything but clean. Let's begin in Europe, where Germany was cracking like a cheap floorboard under a marching band. On the Western Front, the Allies had pushed out of Normandy and liberated France. They were now clawing their way across Belgium, the Netherlands, and into Western Germany. Cities fell one after another. The Siegfried Line, Germany's final defensive barrier, was breached. But then, in a last desperate gasp, Hitler made one more gamble. The Battle of the Bulge. December 1944. They are dense snow, fog, and confusion. German forces launched a surprise counteroffensive, punching through weak American lines in Belgium. It was Hitler's fantasy of turning the tide, splitting the Allied armies, and suing for peace. It didn't work. The Americans held key towns like Bastonia, defended by the 101st Airborne, and reinforced by General Patton's Third Army in a now legendary forced march. After weeks of vicious winter fighting, the Germans were pushed back. They'd spent the last of their reserves on a ghost of a plan. From here on out, it was retreat, rubble, and reckoning. Meanwhile, in the east, the Soviets were coming in hot. Stalin's armies surged westward with vengeance in their boots. Warsaw finally liberated in January. Budapest after a brutal siege. By April, the Red Army had stormed into Berlin itself. This wasn't a neat surgical operation. It was street by street, basement by basement. The German capital was battered by artillery crawling with desperate defenders and civilians trying to survive the end of the world. And in the middle of it all, one angry little man in a bunker, Adolf Hitler, now delusional and twitching from a cocktail of paranoia, defeat, and digestive problems, refused to leave. He ordered non-existent armies to defend the city, blamed everyone else for his failure, and married Eva Braun in the final hours of his life. On April 30th, 1945, they both killed themselves. Hitler by gun, a by poison. Their bodies were burned in a shallow crater behind the bunker. And just like that, the Führer was gone. The war in Europe was almost over. Germany officially surrendered on May 7th, ratified on May 8th. 1945. V-Day. Victory in Europe. Streets exploded with joy. Flags. Kisses. Champagne. Tears. But not everyone was celebrating because while the war was ending in Europe, it was still raging in the Pacific. Let's rewind a bit. In 1945, Japan was bleeding from 1,000 wounds. The Allies had pushed through the Philippines and taken Uema in February at staggering cost. The famous flag-raising heroic. Yes, but it came in a battle that left nearly 7,000 Americans and over 20,000 Japanese dead. Then came Okinawa, April to June, the last stepping stone to the Japanese home islands. It was hell. Kamikaze pilots slammed into Allied ships. Japanese troops fought to the death. No surrender. No quarter. Civilians were caught in the crossfire. Many coercers into mass suicide by propaganda that warned of Allied atrocities. Over 200,000 died in the battle. And the message was clear. If invading Japan proper looked anything like this, it would be carnage. And then came the bombs. The United States had been working in absolute secrecy on a weapon so powerful it would reshape the world. The Manhattan Project. A sprawling multi-billion-dollar research effort that produced the first atomic bombs. On July 16th, the first test, Trinity, was detonated in the New Mexico desert. The ground turned to glass. The sky caught fire. Scientists and generals alike stared in awe and horror. The genie was out. President Harry Truman, now in office after Roosevelt's death in April, faced a choice. An invasion of Japan could cost up to 1 million Allied lives by some estimates. Japan showed no signs of surrender, so the decision was made. On August 6, 1945, the B-29 bomber Inoue dropped an atomic bomb little boy on the city of Hiroshima. The city was obliterated in a flash. Tens of thousands killed instantly. Thousands more from radiation. Entire neighborhoods vaporized. Japan still didn't surrender. 3 days later, on August 9th, a second bomb Fat Man was dropped on Nagasaki. More death, more silence. On August 15th, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender over the radio. The war was over. On September 2nd, aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, Japan formally surrendered. Papers were signed. Flags were lowered. And the most devastating war in human history was finally finished. But let's not wrap it all up too neatly, because 1945 also peeled back the curtain on humanity's darkest sins. As Allied forces moved through Germany, they liberated concentration camps Auschwitz, Kenwald, Dachau, and so many others. The world saw the skeletons, the gas chambers, the mass graves, the Holocaust, systematic industrialized genocide. 6 million Jews, millions more, Romani, disabled people, political prisoners, LGBTQ individuals murdered, not in battle, but in cold bureaucratic horror. The full scale was unimaginable, but it had to be seen. In November 1945, the Nuremberg trials began. For the first time in history, world leaders were held legally accountable for crimes against humanity. It was imperfect, incomplete, but it mattered. The war ended, but the scars didn't. Europe was in ruins. Asia was shattered. Refugees filled roads. Cities were ash and dust. And 2 mushroom clouds hovered forever in the rear-view mirror. But out of the wreckage came new beginnings. The United Nations. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The rebuilding of Europe and Japan. The Cold War would follow. Yes. But for a moment the world stood together and said, never again. So there you have it. Love. The year the war ended. The year the world changed. We'll talk legacy next. But for now, let your mind rest. The battles are done. The flags have fallen. And morning has come. The aftermath. Peace. Papers. And a brand new world order. So, the guns have gone silent. The uniforms are hung. The rubble still smoldering. And across the world, stunned survivors blink into the new light of peace. 1945 is behind us. The war is over. But victory, as it turns out, is not a neat little bow you tie around a blood-soaked package. Welcome to the aftermath, darling, where treaties are signed. Maps get redrawn like doodles on a napkin. And everyone pretends they've learned something. Let's begin with the paperwork because the bureaucracy of peace. The first major act was the surrender of Germany signed in Reims on May 7, 1945, and again in Berlin on May 8 to please the Soviets. Japan followed on September 2 aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The signatures were dramatic. The speeches stiff. The ink barely dry before the world had to start asking, now what? The answer, of course, depended entirely on who you asked. Let's start with Europe, a continent in shambles. Cities like Warsaw, Berlin, Dresden, and Rotterdam had been pulverized. Entire economies had collapsed. Tens of millions were dead. Millions more were displaced. Refugees, former prisoners, concentration camp survivors, orphaned children, and soldiers with nowhere to go. The immediate job: pick up the pieces, feed people, rebuild. Germany was carved into 4 occupation zones: American, British, French, and Soviet. Berlin too, though it lay entirely in the Soviet zone. The country was to be denazified, demilitarized, and eventually somehow democratized. But that process would prove contentious. The Allies tried to work together. They really did. But it was like watching divorced parents trying to co-parent a teenager who just burned the house down. The Soviets, having lost over 20 million people and carried the brunt of the war in Europe, were in no mood for subtlety. Stalin wanted security. That meant a buffer zone of pro-Soviet states in Eastern Europe. Elections. Sure. If they elected communists, the Western Allies, meanwhile, were suddenly aware that their wartime buddy, Uncle Joe, had a thing for crushing dissent and never letting go of a country once he parked a tank in it. Cue the Iron Curtain. But before the Cold War could freeze the globe, there were still trials to hold and a new world to sketch. Enter the Nuremberg trials. Starting in November 1945, top Nazi officials were tried for crimes against peace. War crimes. And crimes against humanity. For the first time in history, leaders were held to account on the international stage. Some of the big names: Hermann Göring, found guilty, swallowed poison before hanging. Rudolf Hess life in prison. Joachim von Ribbentrop hanged and others who had vanished. Hitler, Himmler, Goebbels, already dead by suicide. The trials were groundbreaking. Flawed. Yes. Justice is rarely perfect. But they laid the groundwork for future international law. They said, what you do in uniform matters. Just following orders isn't a free pass. Meanwhile, the United Nations was born October 24, 1945, founded on the smoldering remains of the League of Nations. But this time with teeth and crucially an American membership card. Its mission to prevent future wars, promote peace, and talk things out before the bombs start falling. 50 nations joined. The UN Security Council with permanent members the US, UK, USSR, China, and France was created to keep the peace. Spoiler. It worked sometimes. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights would follow in 1948. But its moral foundations were poured here in 1945 in the shock and shame of the Holocaust. Never again, the world said, and then promptly started planning for nuclear deterrence. Because the bomb changed everything. The U.S., now wielding atomic firepower, emerged from the war as a superpower. So did the Soviet Union, albeit more battered. The balance of power had shifted. The old colonial empires, Britain, France, the Netherlands, were exhausted, their colonies watching closely. Decolonization would come next. India, Algeria, Indonesia, Vietnam, some peacefully, some in fire and blood. But World War II had shattered the illusion that empires were invincible. Japan, occupied by the U.S. under General Douglas MacArthur, was rebuilt from the ground up. War crimes trials were held. A new constitution was written. The emperor remained but purely symbolic, and Japan in a few decades would become a democratic industrial powerhouse. Italy became a republic in 1946. Greece teetered into civil war. France reassembled itself with Gorist glue. Poland and much of Eastern Europe fell under Soviet influence. Their democracies dissolved before they could even breathe. And the United States and Soviet Union, already eyeing each other, cross a newly divided Europe. The Cold War was just a ting in the rubble. And yet, amid the ashes, there was also hope. Massive reconstruction efforts began. The Marshall Plan, launched in 1948, would flood Western Europe with American aid. Money, supplies, expertise to rebuild not just infrastructure, but confidence. It wasn't just altruism. It was strategy. Prosperous countries, the thinking went, were less likely to fall to communism. Education systems were rebuilt. Art and culture began to reemerge. The world, wounded but awake, stepped hesitantly into modernity. So what was the legacy of the peace? It was complicated. A new world order. Yes, but fraught with tension. A victory over fascism, but shadowed by genocide and nuclear terror. A foundation for international cooperation built on the graves of millions. The treaties were signed, the borders redrawn, the speeches given, and the people, those who lived, fought, and endured, carried on. Some went home. Some didn't have homes to return to. Some tried to forget. Others never could. But the world did move on. It had to. And that, my dear listener, is how peace arrived. Not with a ribbon and a dove, but with a deep, aching exhale. Next chapter. The legacy. The long shadow. The pop culture. The politics. And why World War II never really left us. The treaties are signed. The war is over. And the rebuilding has begun. The legacy. Okay. And now the world still can't shut up about it. The bombs have stopped falling. The treaties are signed. The uniforms folded. But World War II, that beast never truly went back into the cage. It just changed clothes. Moved into documentaries, novels, video games, history textbooks, political speeches, and the darkest corners of Reddit. Why? Because it matters. Because it shaped the world we inherited. Because no matter how many decades pass, the war still haunts the present. Like the smell of burnt toast in an old kitchen. Let's talk legacy. World War II is the yardstick by which all modern wars are measured. It's the good war, the bad war, the last just war. Depending on who's talking. It had the cleanest villains and some of the clearest moral stakes. But it also had moral rot, deep compromise, and atrocities that make your skin crawl. 6 years, over 70 million dead. Entire continents turned to rubble. Genocide industrialized. Nuclear weapons introduced. Global politics upended. It was the great crucible. And we've never stopped trying to understand it. Politically, the post-war world was drawn with the lines of 1945. The Cold War. that decadal-long standoff between the US and the Soviet Union, was World War II's mutant offspring. NATO, the Warsaw Pact, proxy wars, espionage, nuclear brinkmanship. It all stemmed from the wreckage of 39 to 45. The United Nations still sits in New York today, a monument to hope, hypocrisy, and occasionally surprisingly progress. Its Security Council still echoes the power balance of 1945. Want to know who won the war? Look at the permanent members. Borders shifted sometimes forever. Germany was split, then reunited. Poland moved west. Israel was founded in 1948, rooted in the aftermath of the Holocaust. A legacy that still reverberates through Middle Eastern politics today. The European Union, that strange bureaucratic love child of peace and shared currency, has its roots in post-war reconstruction. The idea was simple. Countries that trade with each other don't bomb each other. So far, mostly true. Socially and culturally, World War II never left us either. The Holocaust redefined our understanding of evil. It forced humanity to confront what we're capable of when prejudice meets power. And no one says no. Every museum, memorial, and film about human rights owes a debt to the survivors who bore witness. And then there's pop culture. If you haven't seen a movie, played a game, or read a book about World War II, are you even trying? From Saving Private Ryan to Band Brothers. From The Pianist to Schindler's List. From Call of Duty to Wolfenstein. The war is everywhere. Why? Because it's cinematic. It's vast. It has heroes, villains, heartbreak, victory, tragedy, and explosions. Hollywood didn't create World War II, but it sure hasn't stopped cashing in on it. For decades, Nazi uniforms have been cinematic, shorthand for evil. Hitler has become a cultural meme, even as he remains a symbol of the worst of humanity. It's dangerous, this simplification, because while it helps us tell stories, it can also make the war feel like a script instead of a warning. Education systems still grapple with how to teach it. Some countries lean heavy on national heroism. Others dig deep into their complicity. Some try to forget altogether. But wherever you go, the war is there, etched into monuments, whispered in old photographs, passed down in family stories. Technologically, World War II left us with jet engines, rocketry, computers, antibiotics, and the atomic bomb. The Manhattan Project didn't just end the war. It kicked off the nuclear age. Every Cold War missile, every ICBM silo, every nuclear non-proliferation treaty traces back to that flash in the New Mexico desert. Militarily, the doctrines forged in World War II still inform how wars are fought. Blitzkrieg, air superiority, strategic bombing, amphibious landings, special forces, combined arms operations. It's all there. But more than anything, World War II left us with questions. How do you stop evil before it takes power? How do democracies defend themselves without becoming monsters? How do you rebuild a world shattered by fire? And perhaps most urgently, how do you remember a war without glorifying it? The answer: you tell it straight. You tell it messy. You remember the blood and the bravery, the horror and the hope. You don't just talk about Churchill and Eisenhower. You talk about the nurses in Normandy, the resistance fighters in Warsaw, the Japanese-American soldiers who fought for a country that interned their families. You tell the story of the whole damn thing. Because the moment we flatten it into a cartoon with clean lines, easy answers, and triumphant soundtracks, we lose the lessons, and we cannot afford to lose them. So yes, the world can't shut up about World War II because we're still trying to understand how we let it happen, how we survived it, how we live with what came after. And because somewhere out there someone always needs reminding that fascism doesn't start with jackboots. It starts with fear, with silence, with people choosing comfort over conscience. So tell the stories, watch the films, read the books, visit the graves, and remember this: the world burned once. We lit the match. Let's not do it again. Adolf Hitler, the house painter who would be Führer. Imagine if your moody failed artist cousin with a handlebar mustache and a chip on his shoulder got hold of an industrialized nation, a crack army, and enough charisma to hypnotize a country into madness. Yes, we're talking about Adolf Hitler, a name that sends shivers down spines, ruins mustaches for everyone forever, and has kept historians, therapists, and conspiracy theorists gainfully employed for nearly a century. But before he became the genocidal puppet master of Nazi Germany, very little patience for his son's lackluster grades and grandiose daydreaming. Young Adolf wanted to be an artist, but Daddy Dearest wanted him to be a civil servant. Freud would have had a field day. The boy's mother, Clara, was the more tender parent, a devoted, doting soul whom Adolf adored. When she died in 1907 of breast cancer, the young Hitler was devastated. That grief, paired with 2 rejections from the prestigious Academy of Fine Arts, Vienna, whose admissions board may still be haunted by guilt, kicked off a slow spiral into aimless obscurity. From 1908 to 1913, Hitler lived in Vienna in what can only be described as a prolonged sulk. He sketched buildings, sold postcards, and developed a stew of bigotry, nationalism, and conspiracy theories, most of which he picked up like a sponge from the city's seedy political underbelly. Antisemitism was rampant, and Hitler gulped it down like schnapps at a frat party. He also developed a taste for German nationalism despite, not being German. His world was a bizarre blend of Magnian opera, cult nonsense, and the belief that Germany was destined for greatness, and he naturally would be its savior. Then came the First World War, and our drifting dilettante finally found his calling. War. When Germany declared war in 1914, Hitler volunteered for the Bavarian army. Still not German. Mind you, he served as a messenger on the Western Front, was wounded twice, and was awarded the Iron Cross for bravery. For the first time in his life, he felt useful. War gave him structure, purpose, and most crucially, a sense of belonging. When Germany lost in 1918, Hitler was hospitalized, blinded temporarily by a gas attack, and utterly broken by the defeat. Maybe the fact that he wasn't able to sport his handlebar mustache anymore participated in that, as he was ordered to trim it after it got in the way of his gas mask. To him, the loss wasn't just military. It was betrayal, the infamous stab in the back myth. Blaming Jews and communists for Germany's defeat sunk its hooks into him. It wasn't true. But truth was never Hitler's strong suit. After the war, Hitler returned to Munich and stayed in the army as an informant. In 1919, he was tasked with spying on a tiny nationalist group, the German Workers' Party. Instead of just taking notes and going home, he joined them. He had found his platform. By 1920, he was giving speeches, gesticulating wildly, and blaming all of Germany's was on Jews, Marxists, and the Treaty of Versailles. The party changed its name to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, Nazi for short, and Hitler changed from footnote to headline. In 1923, he got cocky and tried to overthrow the Bavarian government in the beer hall, a coup that went about as well as a flaming zeppelin. He ended up in prison, where he wrote Mein Kampf, a rambling manifesto full of racial hatred, destiny, and laughably bad prose. Think of it as the literary equivalent of a drunk uncle yelling at the TV. After prison, Hitler rebuilt the Nazi Party. now with a sharper eye for propaganda and a playbook that involved legal takeover instead of beer hall bravado. By the late 1920s, the Weimar Republic was floundering. Political instability, economic collapse, and unemployment turned voters into angry mobs looking for a scapegoat. Hitler was more than happy to provide one. He crisscrossed Germany delivering firebrand speeches about restoring pride, punishing traitors, and building a pure Aryan state, with Isef Goebbels orchestrating the propaganda machine. The Nazis became a force to be reckoned with. In 1933, after a suspicious fire gutted the Reichstag and fear of communism peaked, Hitler was appointed chancellor. In one fell swoop of legal manipulation and thug intimidation, democracy died with a whimper. Once in power, Hitler moved fast. The Enabling Act of 1933 gave him dictatorial authority. The Nazis banned opposition parties, crushed unions, and began cleansing Germany. The SS and Gestapo became instruments of terror. Books were burned, professors silenced, and children indoctrinated. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 stripped Jews of citizenship. Kristallnacht in 1938, a coordinated orgy of anti-Jewish violence, signaled that things were only going to get worse. Meanwhile, Hitler was playing international poker. He reoccupied the Rhineland, annexed Austria in the Annales, and carved up Czechoslovakia with the finesse of a butcher. Britain and France wagged fingers, but did little else. In 1939, Hitler signed a non-aggression pact with Stalin, shocking everyone. Then he invaded Poland. World War II blitzkrieg or lightning war smashed through Europe. France fell. The Low Countries crumbled. And Hitler seemed invincible. But hubris is a hell of a drug. In 1941, he invaded the Soviet Union, breaking the pact and opening a two-front war that would bleed Germany dry. He also declared war on the United States. Brilliant strategy. Really. Pick fights with the three biggest industrial powers on Earth. Behind the front lines, the Holocaust raged. 6 million Jews along with Roma, disabled individuals, political dissident, and others were exterminated in death camps like Auschwitz and Treblinka. It was industrialized genocide planned with bureaucratic coldness and carried out with mechanical efficiency. By 1944, the tide had turned. D-Day opened the Western Front. The Soviets pushed from the east. Germany was being squeezed like a sad bratst in a vice. Still, Hitler refused to surrender. He retreated to his underground bunker in Berlin, railing against traitors, eating vegetarian meals, and marrying his longtime companion, Eva Braun. Then in April 1945, as the Red Army closed in, he shot himself. Took cyanide. Their bodies were burned in the courtyard above. So what do we make of him? This failed artist turned genocidal dictator. Hitler wasn't a monster from birth. He was made by humiliation, war, ideology, and sheer opportunism. He tapped into a nation's fear and fury and amplified it to apocalyptic proportions. History has rightfully condemned him. His name is a universal shorthand for evil. But it's also a lesson. Democracy is fragile. Hate is infectious. And one bitter man with a microphone can cause unimaginable destruction. Benito Mussolini Il Duce and the Great Italian Fast. Now we cross the Alps into the land of pasta opera and wildly ill-advised military adventures. Welcome to the tale of Benito Mussolini, the chest-thumping, chin-jutting founding father of fascism who turned Italy into a banana republic without the bananas. Before Hitler had goose-stepping stormtroopers. Mussolini had streeting black shirts. Before Stalin had cults of personality. Benito had portraits of his chin plastered across every wall in Rome. And before the world was plunged into chaos, Mussolini was already flexing like a bad actor in a toga. So, Buckle up, grab an espresso, and let's unravel the tale of Alush, the man who mistook himself for a Roman emperor, but ended up dangling by his heels. Benito Amilcare Andrea Mussolini was born on July 29, 1883 in Prapio, a sleepy village in northern Italy that has since spent the better part of a century trying to forget him. His father was a blacksmith and passionate socialist who named him after leftist heroes. His mother was a devout schoolteacher who probably hoped he'd grow up to do something quieter. Young Benito was a bright student, but also a holy terror. Knife fights, expulsions, the works. Think classroom rebel with a superiority complex. He qualified as a school teacher in 1901, but quickly realized that filling young minds wasn't nearly as satisfying as filling columns with his own ideas. Here's the twist. Mussolini started as a socialist. Fiery one. He edited socialist newspapers, railed against capitalism, and admired Marx. In 1911, he was jailed for protesting Italy's invasion of Libya. The left adored him. He was seen as a revolutionary rising star. But then came World War I. While most socialists opposed the war as an imperialist squabble, Mussolini broke ranks and supported intervention. Why? Because war, he said, would forge a stronger, manlier Italy. Also, he liked the idea of blowing stuff up. The party kicked him out. He shrugged, dusted off his ego, and moved on. In 1919, he founded the Fasi de Combattimento, a mix of angry war veterans, nationalists, and unemployed toughs with an aesthetic taste for violence and Roman cosplay. The early 1920s were messy in Italy. Strikes, fear of communism, and a general sense of what the hell is happening gave Mussolini the perfect opening. He sold fascism as the antidote to chaos. Order, nationalism, discipline, and very loud parades. In 1922, Mussolini staged the infamous March on Rome. It was more publicity stunt than real threat. But the king, Victor Emmanuel III, who makes wet cardboard look decisive, invited Mussolini to form a government. And just like that, Benito went from rabble-rouser to prime minister. Once in power, Mussolini began the typical dictator starter pack. Crushed opposition, muzzled the press, stacked the courts, and filled the streets with uniformed thugs. By 1925, Italy was a one-party fascist state, and Mussolini had crowned himself Il Duce the leader with the subtlety of a trumpet solo. Mussolini ruled Italy like he was starring in an opera about himself. Speeches from balconies, grand gestures, epic posturing. He had slogans for everything. Believe, obey, fight, and Mussolini is always right. Boiler. He was not. He drained swamps, built roads, and declared battle against wheat. Yes, wheat, trying to make Italy self-sufficient in grain. It was less economic policy, more ego project. He controlled the media, the schools, and even fashion. If you weren't in uniform, were you even Italian? Dissenters disappeared or were sent to exile islands where boredom was weaponized. But unlike Hitler's terrifying efficiency or Stalin's icy terror, Mussolini's regime often veered into farce. His grand plans frequently sputtered, his bureaucracy fumbled, and his advisors were yes-men with medals. Mussolini believed Italy deserved an empire like Britain or France. In 1935, he invaded Ethiopia using poison gas and modern weapons against spear-wielding defenders. He won, if you call slaughtering civilians and incurring global condemnation. Winning the League of Nations wagged fingers and imposed sanctions which Mussolini wore like a badge of honor. Feeling snubbed by the West, he snuggled up to a rising Hitler. In 1936, they formed the Rome-Berlin Axis, a bromance sealed with fascist handshakes and shared delusions of grandeur. But let's be clear. Hitler saw Mussolini as a useful amateur. Mussolini saw Hitler as a partner in glory. He badly misread the room. When Hitler invaded Poland in 1939, Mussolini hesitated. Italy wasn't ready for war. Its military was outdated, under-equipped, and confused on a good day. But Benito couldn't resist the lure of glory. In 1940, he declared war on France and Britain, hoping for easy spoils. Spoiler: it did not go well. Italy's campaigns in Greece, North Africa, and the Balkans were disasters. The Germans constantly had to bail them out. Mussolini's ego demanded conquest. His military couldn't deliver a pizza. Then came the final blunder, aligning with Hitler against the Soviet Union and the US. By the early 1940s, Italy was being bombed, invaded, and ridiculed. The Italian people were starving and disillusioned. Mussolini had gone from national savior to national embarrassment. In 1943, the Allies invaded Sicily. Italy turned on Mussolini faster than you can say ciao. And the king dismissed him and he was arrested. Italy signed an armistice with the Allies. For a brief moment, it seemed like Benito's story had ended. But Hitler wasn't done with him. German commandos rescued Mussolini and set him up as puppet ruler of the so-called Italian Social Republic in northern Italy. It was a grim parody of his former regime, propped up by SS troops and spite. By 1945, with the Allies closing in, Mussolini tried to flee to Switzerland in disguise. But Italian partisans captured him near Lake Co. On April 28, 1945, he and his mistress Clara Petacci were executed. Their bodies were strung up in Milan, grim symbols of a failed fascist fantasy. So what do we make of Ilyush? A revolutionary who became a tyrant, a socialist turned fascist, a man who mistook drama for leadership, applause for success, and war for theater. Mussolini invented fascism, but he couldn't control it. He made Italy a stage and cast himself as hero, general, and god. But his play ended in tragedy and the audience finally booed him off the stage. Joseph Stalin, the man of steel with a heart of ice. We've slogged through Hitler's tantrums and Mussolini's melodramas. Now it's time to plunge into the icy abyss. That was Joseph Stalin. If Hitler was the face of fascist terror and Mussolini its clownish understudy, Stalin was something else entirely. The architect of paranoia, the high priest of purges, and the man who could make an entire nation disappear, both literally and on paper. His name means man of steel. And oh, how he lived up to it. Not with courage, mind you, but with sheer ruthlessness. So zip up your Parker's kids and keep your wit sharp. We're heading east, where history freezes over. Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashi was born in December 1878 in Gori, Georgia, a rough little town in the Caucasus, where wine flowed freely and tempers flared like stove fires. He was the son of a shoemaker father with a mean streak and a devout mother who dreamed of her son becoming a priest. Little Ayub, as he was known then, was smart, small and stubborn. He went to seminary, studied the Bible, and was well on his way to the cloth before Marxism seduced him away. Instead of sermons, he started devouring a revolution. Out went the cross. In came the hammer. He also ditched his last name, taking up the moniker Stalin, meaning man of steel. Modesty was never his strong suit. In the early 1900s, Stalin wasn't the main event. He was the guy in the backroom robbing banks to fund the Bolsheviks. Literally. He organized heists, bombings, and general chaos in service of Lenin's revolutionary cause. He was exiled to Siberia multiple times, escaped multiple times, and played a dangerous game of hide and seek with the Tsar's secret police. But even within the Bolshevik party, Stalin was often overlooked. Lenin, Trotsky, and the intellectual bigwigs hogged the limelight while Stalin quietly built networks and took notes. He wasn't flashy. He was meticulous. He collected information like a paranoid librarian and never forgot a slight. When the Russian Revolution exploded in 1917, Stalin played a minor role. But after the Bolsheviks seized power, he worked his way up, becoming General Secretary in 1922, a title that sounded boring, but gave him control over appointments and promotions. Boiler. He used it like a scalpel. Lenin suffered a series of strokes and died in 1924. Before he passed, he warned the party that Stalin was dangerous. Naturally, Stalin made sure that warning never got much airtime. Through a mix of manipulation, smear campaigns, and old-fashioned backstabbing, Stalin sidelined his rivals, especially Trotsky, whom he eventually forced into exile, then had murdered with an ice pick in Mexico. Because of course he did. Once in full control, Stalin went full throttle. He industrialized the USSR at breakneck speed. The 5-year plans were ambitious on paper and brutal in execution. Steel output skyrocketed. But so did misery. Cities grew. But the countryside bled. He collectivized agriculture, forcing peasants into massive state-run farms. When they resisted, he crushed them. The result? Famine, particularly in Ukraine, where the Holodomor War 1932-33 killed millions. Whether it was neglect, cruelty, or genocidal intent, it was catastrophe, Soviet style. And then came the purges. From the mid-1930s onward, Stalin turned his paranoia into policy. The Great Terror consumed the Communist Party, the Red Army, the intelligentsia, and random citizens alike. Show trials, torture, executions. No one was safe. Neighbors informed on neighbors. Family ties meant nothing. Even loyal allies vanished overnight. By 1939, Stalin had killed or imprisoned millions, rewriting history to suit his myth and airbrushing old comrades out of photographs. The Soviet Union became a surveillance state on steroids, run by fear and fueled by lies. In August 1939, with war looming in Europe, Stalin shocked the world by signing a non-aggression pact with Adolf Hitler. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Yes. The communist icon teamed up with the fascist tyrant. They agreed not to invade each other and secretly carved up Eastern Europe between them. Days later, Hitler invaded Poland. 2 weeks after that, the Soviets strolled in from the east. Stalin got half of Poland, the Baltics, and a bloody nose trying to take Finland, which fought like frostbitten demons. He thought he'd bought peace. But in June 1941, Hitler stabbed him in the back with Operation Barbarossa, launching the largest invasion in history. Stalin, caught off guard and almost catatonic with shock, recovered just in time to launch one of the most brutal counterattacks in human history. Once Stalin got his bearings, he unleashed the Soviet war machine with terrifying force. The Red Army, battered and bleeding, began a slow, scorched earth pushback. Cities were sacrificed, entire populations deported. But Moscow held, then Leningrad, then famously Stalingrad. The turning point. Stalingrad wasn't just a battle. It was a meat grinder. Soldiers were sent in with no rifles, told to pick one up from a dead comrade. Casualties were obscene. But the Soviets held and then pushed. By 1945, the Red Army had steamrolled its way to Berlin. Along the way, they liberated death camps, exacted brutal revenge on German civilians, and left a swath of destruction behind them. When the dust settled, Stalin emerged as one of the victors of World War II and the architect of the Eastern Bloc. Post-war, Stalin wasted no time locking down Eastern Europe. Puppet regimes. Secret police and Soviet tanks became the norm from Warsaw to Bucharest. The Iron Curtain fell and the Cold War began. Domestically, he returned to his old habits. More purges. More paranoia. More propaganda. Science. Art. Even genetics were distorted to serve his vision. Citizens lived in constant fear. Children were taught to worship him. His image was everywhere. Stern. Mustachioed. Omnipresent. In March 1953, Stalin finally died, probably of a stroke, though his own doctors had been purged. So who really knew? His death sparked both relief and chaos. The cult of personality cracked. Khrushchev, one of his successors, later denounced him in the famous secret speech, calling out his crimes and paranoia. But the scars remained. The Gulag system, the mass graves, the rewriting of truth. Those weren't so easily undone. Joseph Stalin left behind a transformed Soviet Union, a global superpower built on corpses and concrete. He industrialized a peasant empire and helped defeat Hitler, but at a monstrous cost. He is remembered as both war hero and war criminal. For some, he was the man who saved the USSR. For many others, he was a tyrant who devoured his own people. Stalin didn't just shape the 20th century. He scarred it. A reminder that terror doesn't always wear a swastika. Sometimes it comes with medals, mustaches, and a 5-year plan. Winston Churchill, the bulldog with a cigar and a vengeance. Now we trade in mustaches for monless metaphorically and jackboots for polished brogues. Enter Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill. Warlord, wordsmith, whiskey enthusiast, and the man who stared down the Nazis with a cigar clenched in his jowls and a vocabulary sharper than most bayonets. If Hitler was the madman and Stalin the monster, Churchill was the bulldog, growling, stubborn, and impossible to ignore. He was part Victorian relic, part modern legend, with a voice like gravel soaked in brandy and a mind full of history, hubris, and half a dozen contingency plans. Let's unroll the red carpet in the ration books. It's Churchill time. Winston Churchill was born on November 30th, 1874 in Blenheim Palace, which sounds exactly as posh as it is. His father, Lord Randolph Churchill, was a Tory aristocrat with a brilliant mind and a terminal case of arrogance. His mother, Jenny Jerome, was a dazzling American socialite who brought fire and scandal to the British elite. Young Winston was a late bloomer. He stuttered. He struggled in school. And he was better at toy soldiers than algebra. But he had something you can't teach. Self-belief so potent it could power the national grid. Eventually, he found his way into the Royal Military College at Sandhurst, which miraculously he passed. Thus began a lifelong romance with war, words, and well-cut uniforms. In the late 19th century, Churchill gallivanted across the globe as a war correspondent with a side hustle in actual fighting. He dodged bullets in Cuba, charged with the cavalry in Sudan, and escaped a Boer prison camp in South Africa. And he wrote about it all naturally in thrilling prose. By the time he entered Parliament in 1900, he was already famous, not just for adventure, but for ambition. He switched parties twice and became First Lord of the Admiral by World War I and was involved in the catastrophic Gallipoli campaign. Most men would have faded into footnote status. Not Churchill. He regrouped, rewrote the narrative, and eventually clawed his way back into power. In the 1930s, Churchill found himself in the political wilderness. His views on India read very imperial. His flip-flopping loyalties and his gruff manner made him unpopular. He was dismissed as out of touch, a relic. But while the rest of Europe flirted with appeasement, Churchill was the lone voice shouting about Hitler. He read Mein Kampf and took it seriously. He watched the rearmament of Germany and said, "This is bad." And the government said, "Don't be dramatic." He was dramatic. Yes. But he was also right. When Germany invaded Poland in 1939 and World War II exploded, the British government needed someone with grit. In 1940, after Neville Chamberlain's appeasement policy collapsed like a poorly baked pudding, Churchill became Prime Minister. He arrived at 10 Downing Street with a mission: fight. And his first order of business was delivering the kind of speeches that should have come with brass fanfare and flaming swords. "We shall fight on the beaches. Their finest hour. Never surrender." He wasn't just rallying Britain. He was holding it together with sheer willpower and colorful metaphors. In 1940, after France fell, Britain stood alone against the Nazi war machine. Churchill faced Hitler's Luftwaffe, the Blitz bombings, and a terrified, exhausted population. His secret weapon. Defiant, he formed a coalition government, tightened ties with the U.S., and leaned on the Royal Air Force, the few who held the skies in the Battle of Britain. While buildings crumbled and cities burned, Churchill strode through rubble with a cigar in one hand and a growl in his throat. And he drank. Did he drink champagne for breakfast, whiskey at lunch, and brandy for dessert? He called it fuel. Churchill needed help, and he knew exactly who could provide it: Franklin D. Roosevelt. The two men couldn't have been more different. FDR, calm and calculating; Churchill, bombastic and boozy. But they clicked with charm, grit, and a barrage of letters and telegrams. Churchill wooed FDR. The result: lend, lease, American aid, and eventually U.S. boots on the ground. Their relationship was a crucial alliance, equal parts strategy and bromance that helped tilt the war in the Allies' favor. By 1942, things were shifting. Victories in North Africa, the Soviets holding at Stalingrad, the Allies pushing back. Churchill, Roosevelt, and later Stalin formed the Big Three, the high-stakes poker table where the fate of the world was shuffled and reshuffled. In 1944, Operation Overlord D-Day launched from the English coast. Churchill wanted to be there, gun in hand. His generals said no. He pouted. But the invasion worked. Hitler was on the run. The war was ending, and Churchill's time in the sun seemed assured. In May 1945, the war in Europe ended. Churchill was a hero, the savior of Britain, the voice of resistance. So naturally, in July, the British people voted him out of office. Why? Because they were tired. They wanted social reform, housing, jobs, things Churchill hadn't focused on. They respected him, adored him, but didn't rehire him. Churchill took it as well as could be expected. He sulked and wrote memoirs. He returned as Prime Minister in 1951. But age and illness slowed him. By 1955, he retired from politics for good. He continued writing, earning the Nobel Prize in Literature, and spent his final years painting, reminiscing, and refusing to diet. He died in 1965 at the age of 90. His funeral was massive, state level, somber, and steeped in history. Even his enemies paid respects. Winston Churchill was not a saint. He made catastrophic decisions. Gallipoli, Bengal famine, held imperialist views and never really warmed to the idea of post-colonial freedom. But when the world needed a voice of defiance, he roared. When Britain teetered on the brink, he held the line. And when tyranny threatened, he lit a cigar, raised an eyebrow, and dared it to come closer. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the president who rolled into war and rolled over fascism. All right, Time to cross the Atlantic and meet the man who led the free world with a cigarette holder, a winning grin, and a steel spine that polio couldn't break. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, to the world, was the only U.S. president elected 4 times. A man who saved capitalism from itself, redefined the presidency, and parked himself in a wheelchair while rolling circles around dictators. If Churchill was the voice and Stalin the sledgehammer, FDR was the strategist, calm, confident, occasionally cunning, the architect of both the New Deal and the Allied win. Let's crank up some swing jazz, pour a cup of black coffee, and take a seat by the fireplace because this one's going to be a fireside chat you won't forget. Franklin was born in 1882 to wealth and privilege in Hyde Park, New York. Imagine Downtown Abbey with more trees and slightly less rigid Britishness. He was a distant cousin of Theodore Roosevelt, who was already striding around the White House when Franklin was just a Harvard lad figuring out how to make law look glamorous. He married his cousin Eleanor Roosevelt in 1905. Yes, that cousin. Distant but still eyebrow-raising. Eleanor would go on to become one of the most influential first ladies in history. But more on that later. FDR started his political career young and ambitious, serving in the New York State Senate, then as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Woodrow Wilson during World War I. Everything seemed preordained for greatness until fate flipped the script. In 1921, at the age of 39, Roosevelt contracted polio, paralyzed him from the waist down. For many, this would have been the end of a career. For FDR, it was the beginning of a myth. He refused to accept defeat. He swam. He struggled. He trained his upper body. And most crucially, he perfected the art of appearing mobile. He wore leg braces, used canes, leaned on aids, and made sure cameras never showed him vulnerable. His condition was public knowledge, but rarely seen, and in that invisible battle, he forged a toughness no one had seen before. He would never walk unaided again, but he would march history forward. When the Great Depression hit in 1929, America face-planted into economic despair. By 1932, the country was on its knees, and Hoover's administration had all the warmth of a tax audit. Enter Roosevelt. He ran on hope, confidence, and catchy slogans. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. He won by a landslide and launched into action with a zeal unmatched. The New Deal wasn't one program. It was a buffet of reform. Social Security, the FDIC, public works projects, financial regulations. He created jobs, built infrastructure, and started reshaping the relationship between government and citizen. He was beloved by the working class and loathed by the rich. So naturally, he was re-elected 3 more times. FDR hated war. He'd seen it up close. But he also wasn't naive. As Hitler goose-stepped through Europe and Japan menaced the Pacific, Roosevelt began shifting gears. While America clung to isolationism, FDR sent aid to Britain through Lend-Lease, built up the military, and warned anyone who'd listened that trouble was brewing. He had to tread carefully. Congress didn't want war. The public didn't want war. But Roosevelt saw the writing on the wall and started preparing. Then came Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. Game on. Japan's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor killed over 400 Americans and destroyed much of the Pacific Fleet. Roosevelt addressed Congress the next day with one of the most iconic speeches in U.S. history. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941. A date which will live in infamy. War was declared. America was in. And FDR shifted from economic savior to wartime commander-in-chief. Factories were retold. Drafts were issued. Rationing began. America became the arsenal of democracy. churning out tanks, ships, and optimism at an industrial scale. FDR didn't just lead from behind a desk. He strategized. He coordinated the Allied leadership. He worked closely with Churchill, exchanging letters, meetings, and the occasional passive-aggressive telegram. He also met with Stalin, most notably at the Yalta Conference in 1945, where the three leaders discussed post-war Europe. It was here that the seeds of the Cold War were sown, though Roosevelt was more focused on ending World War II than preventing future friction. He walked the tightrope between idealism and realism, trying to preserve peace while keeping Stalin on a leash and Churchill in the loop. Not all was glorious. FDR's record isn't spotless. The interment of Japanese Americans, over 100,000 people, forcibly relocated and incarcerated, remains one of the darkest stains on his presidency. He also did little to address the racism and segregation still deeply entrenched in American society. His policies saved the economy, but didn't always reach everyone equally. Lenin, meanwhile, pushed from within, advocating for civil rights, women's rights, and social reform. She was the conscience he didn't always heed, but could never silence. In 1944, Roosevelt ran for an unprecedented fourth term. He was clearly ailing, exhausted, frail, worn down by years of war and leadership. But he won. The country trusted him, needed him. But in April 1945, just months before the end of the war in Europe, Roosevelt suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and died at his retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia. He was 63. The news stunned the world. Americans wept openly. Churchill mourned. Even Stalin offered condolences, then immediately started probing for geopolitical weakness. FDR reshaped the American presidency. He made it active, central, and human. He talked to people through the radio like a neighbor. He led a fractured nation through its darkest economic hours and its most perilous war. He wasn't perfect, but he was effective, and he was brave, not in battle, but in resolve. He proved that leadership isn't about standing tall. It's about standing firm. Harry S. Truman, the accidental president with a world-shattering decision. Now we meet the man who stepped into the hottest seat in history without so much as a warning. Harry S. Truman, short in stature, modest in origin, and blessed with exactly zero preparation for what awaited him. One day he was vice president. The next he was commander-in-chief of a nation at war, inheriting Franklin Roosevelt's unfinished legacy, global chaos, and a secret so enormous it could split atoms and cities wide open. This is the story of the plain-spoken haberdasher from Missouri who dropped the biggest bombshell in history. Literally. Harry Truman was born in 1884 in Lamar, Missouri, to a farming family. No silver spoons here, just hard work, good manners, and the kind of thick-rimmed glasses that screamed. I read the manual twice. He didn't go to an Ivy League school. He didn't serve in high office until later in life. He worked as a bank clerk, farmer, and yes, a failed haberdasher. His clothing store folded in the early 1920s. But Harry never stopped showing up in neatly pressed suits. Some habits die hard. World War I gave him his first real taste of leadership. He served in France as an artillery captain. And by all accounts, he was calm, competent, and completely uninterested in taking any nonsense. After the war, he entered politics with help from Missouri's infamous Pentag political machine. Yes, it was corrupt. Yes, it was shady. But Truman wasn't. He kept his nose clean, eyes forward, and slowly climbed the ladder. Truman was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1934. For years, He was overshadowed by louder voices until World War II broke out. And Truman chaired a Senate committee investigating war, profiteering, and mismanagement. And here's the twist. He was brilliant at it. The Truman Committee saved taxpayers billions and earned him a reputation for honesty and efficiency. He was practical, no nonsense, and allergic to waste. By 1944, Roosevelt, running for a fourth term, needed a new VP. The previous one, Henry Wallace, was too liberal and too weird for the party bosses. Truman was the safe bet, and so he became VP for 82 days. Then FDR died. On April 12, 1945, Truman was having a quiet day when he was summoned to the White House. Eleanor Roosevelt greeted him with the devastating news. "Harry, the president is dead." Truman asked if there was anything he could do for her. She replied, "Is there anything we can do for you? You're the one in trouble now." And trouble came fast. Within hours, Truman learned about the Manhattan Project. He had known nothing about it as VP. Now he was handed the power to annihilate cities with the flick of a pen. Germany surrendered in May 1945. Japan held out. Truman, faced with a brutal invasion plan that could cost hundreds of thousands of lives, authorized the use of atomic bombs to force surrender. On August 6, 1945, Hiroshima was obliterated. 3 days later, Nagasaki. The devastation was beyond comprehension. Japan surrendered. World War II was over. The morality of that decision has been debated ever since. Truman believed it was necessary. Others saw it as the opening salvo of the Cold War. But the fact remains. He ended the deadliest conflict in human history in the most devastating way imaginable. Peace was no cakewalk. Truman had to help rebuild a shattered world. And he did it with bold strokes. The Marshall Plan, massive aid to rebuild Europe and prevent communism spread. The United Nations, backed by Truman to replace the ineffective League of Nations. The Truman Doctrine, American commitment to defend democracy from Soviet expansion. The Cold War began under Truman's watch, and he didn't blink. He recognized Israel. He desegregated the military. He faced down Stalin over Berlin. And he sent U.S. troops to Korea when the North invaded the South in 1950, starting America's first Cold War conflict. Truman was never universally loved. He was blunt, brash, and occasionally cranky. He called it like he saw it. And sometimes what he saw was a steaming pile of nonsense. In 1948, everyone expected him to lose the presidential election to Thomas Dewey. Newspapers famously printed Dewey defeats Truman before the votes were even fully counted. Truman won barely, but decisively. The upset shocked the nation. He had done it the Truman way on a whistle-stop train tour, shaking hands, making jokes, and speaking directly to the people. Truman chose not to run again in 1952. He returned to Missouri with no pension, no Secret Service detail, and no heirs. He walked the streets alone, answered his own phone, and wrote his memoirs. He died in 1972 at the age of 88. At the time, opinions were still mixed, but history has been kinder. He's now seen as one of the most consequential presidents in U.S. history. Not because he was flashy, but because he was decisive. He made the calls others flinched from. He understood the weight of power and bore it with grit and humility. Truman's famous desk plaque read, "The buck stops here." And it did. He made the hard choices. He dropped the bomb. He rebuilt the world. He held the line when the Cold War ignited. He wasn't born for greatness. But when greatness called, he picked up, adjusted his classes, and said, "All right, let's get to work." World War I. The calm before the stupid. The early 20th century. A time when trousers were high, hats were tall, and everyone thought war was going to be some kind of jolly holiday with bayonets. Welcome, dear insomniac scholar, to a story of global disaster so profound it started because a man took a wrong turn in a car. But before we jump into SIVO and the slapstick doom spiral that was 1914, let's take a deep breath, fluff our pillows, and examine the world before it all went magnificently wrong. Imagine a world buzzing with optimism. It was the age of inventions. Airplanes were no longer just Da Vinci doodles. Telephones were all the rage among the well-to-do, and electric light was turning night into day. It was also a time when powdered wicks were thankfully dead and Europe was at the peak of its imperial strut. The big empires were behaving like overfed peacocks, parading their colonies and gunboats like teenagers showing off questionable tattoos. At the center of this bloated, brilliant stage was Europe. Europe. It was the geopolitical equivalent of a family dinner when no one likes each other. But everyone pretends just until someone spills the wine. The British Empire was the biggest kid on the imperial block. The sun famously never set on it. Mostly because they kept stealing the clocks. Britain had India, Canada, huge chunks of Africa, and a fleet that could ruin your week before tea time. Then there was France. Still incredibly proud and somewhat bitter about that whole Franco-Russian war thing in 1871. Spoiler. They lost badly. As in Paris occupied by Germans badly. So yes, France was quietly simmering. Germany, a rising star with a shiny new empire and an inferiority complex the size of the Black Forest. Led by Kaiser Wilhelm II. A man with a famously withered arm and an even more famously loud mouth. Germany was keen to prove it could play with the big boys. Russia was vast, cold, and ruled by Tsar Nicholas II. The sort of man who thought absolute monarchy was a terrific idea well into the age of constitutional governments. More on his appalling decision-making later. And then there was Austria-Hungary, a crumbling patchwork of ethnicities ruled by Emperor Franz Joseph, who by 1910 looked like he'd been embalmed and then reanimated with strong coffee. It was an empire held together with duct tape, denial, and military uniforms. Finally, Italy, ambitious, late to the empire party, and mostly looking for someone smaller to punch. And the Ottoman Empire, once mighty, now the sick man of Europe, less a player, more the board everyone else was fighting on. The early 1900s were soaked in the belief that humanity was on an unstoppable path to peace and prosperity. How very quaint. Intellectuals wrote about the end of war, because clearly humans had evolved beyond such barbarism. International trade was booming. There were peace conferences in The Hague. Nobel Prizes were being handed out like mints. Meanwhile, the nations of Europe were stockpiling weapons, expanding armies, and drawing up battle plans with the enthusiasm of small children designing treehouses armed with lasers. This contradiction between peace talk and saber-rattling was the hallmark of the age. The more people said, "We'll never fight again," the more they secretly wanted to. The military elite still thought of war in terms of cavalry charges and quick victories. War was seen as noble. Officers dressed like opera performers and marched to battle accompanied by brass bands and blind optimism. It was all very romantic if you ignored the bloodshed, amputations and trench foot, and the press utterly complicit. Newspapers egged on nationalism with headlines like "Our glorious Navy" and "The French are at it again." The public lapped it up. Who needs Netflix when you have xenophobia? By 1910, Europe was tangled in a web of alliances so dense you'd need a machete and a PhD to understand them fully. But here's the gist. Triple Entente. France, Russia, and Britain. Sort of like the Avengers if the Avengers mostly just glared at Germany. Triple Alliance. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. A group that couldn't agree on pizza toppings, let alone foreign policy. These alliances were supposed to prevent war through mutual deterrence. Instead, they ensured that any conflict between two nations would suck in everyone else faster than you can say mobilization order. It was a giant game of dominoes. Except everyone thought they were the hand tipping the first piece. The irony, of course, is that the entire system collapsed because of one pistol, one archduke, and one very ill-timed sandwich run. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The empires of Europe weren't content with squabbling on the continent. Oh no, they needed more. More land, more resources, more locals to civilize. Colonialism was the great distraction. While Europe bickered over borders, it also carved up Africa like it was the Sunday roast. The British held sway in India and much of Africa. France had Algeria into China and delusions of grandeur. Germany snagged a few African colonies, mostly out of spite. Belgium, led by King Leopold II, a man so cartoonishly evil he makes Bond villains look underwhelming, turned the Congo into a personal horror show. This global land grab created constant friction. Every time someone planted a flag in the Sahara, everyone else got nervous. Colonial crises were like marital spats. Loud, petty, and always threatening to escalate. And yet the empires thought they were bringing progress. Schools, railways, smallpox, a mixed bag. To be generous. Mostly they brought boots and bureaucracy. Nothing screams peace like a naval arms race. Britain and Germany were locked in a wet Cold War of dreadnoughts. Massive floating death machines that looked like angry wedding cakes. Germany, eager to outshine its older cousin, poured money into its navy. Britain, not to be outdone, simply built more ships. It was a costly, paranoid game that delighted arms manufacturers and terrified anyone with basic arithmetic. And on land, rifles got better, artillery got bigger, machine guns became standard, poison gas was just waiting in the wings. And yet the military planners kept dreaming of cavalry charges. Bless them. The railways were the real killer app. Every major power had detailed plans to move troops at lightning speed. The logic: strike first, win fast. In reality, it meant that once the trains started rolling, no one could stop them. Literally, Europe was drunk on nationalism. Every nation thought it was the best, the brightest, the bravest. Textbooks taught children that foreigners were suspicious, if not outright villains. It was like living in a continent-wide football derby. In the Balkans, nationalism was practically an Olympic sport. Serbs, Croats, Bosnians, Bulgarians, Greeks, all wanted independence, revenge, or both. The Ottoman Empire's retreat from the region left a power vacuum filled with ethnic tension. Armed militias and ludicrous mustaches. Austria-Hungary, ever the meddler, kept poking the Balkan hornet's nest. Russia, self-appointed big brother of the Slavs, felt obliged to poke back. It was a regional mess with global implications. So to sum up, Europe was a mess. A wealthy, well-dressed, technologically advanced mess with a bad attitude. Empires were bloated. Alliances were fragile. And the people in charge were mostly aristocrats with elaborate facial hair and no sense of consequences. Everyone was armed to the teeth. Everyone thought they'd win. Everyone was wrong. And into this hotbed of arrogance and instability walked a young man named Gabrielo Princip. A revolver in his pocket and a stomach full of regret. But that, dear dreamer, is a tale for the next chapter. For now, rest well knowing that had anyone in 1910 been slightly less self-important, we might all be speaking Esperanto and drinking tea with the Ottomans. Europe on edge. The pre-war pressure cooker. We admired the absurdly confident state of the world before 1914. A symphony of progress, pomp, and poor decisions. Now, let's dim the lights and lower our voices as we creep into the pre-war decade where everything looked fine until it didn't. This chapter, like Europe itself, is a pressure cooker, beautifully polished on the outside and seconds away from exploding stew all over the wallpaper. Let's start with a classic grudge match. In 1871, Prussia beat France in the Franco-Russian War and decided to mark the occasion by stealing Alsace-Lorraine, a region rich in coal, culture, and passive-aggressive border signs. The loss of Alsace-Lorraine wounded France deeply. Think national heartbreak mixed with a splash of existential crisis. French school children were taught to remember the lost provinces. Every map showed the outline of France with Alsace-Lorraine shaded in dramatically like a phantom limb. Meanwhile, Germany strutted about with its shiny new empire, proclaiming itself a unified powerhouse. France brooded. Germany pined. Europe watched awkwardly from the sidelines. This bitter resentment simmered for decades, infecting diplomacy, art, and even mustache styles. When we say Europe was a tinderbox, France and Germany were the two BS holding matches and glaring at each other over a gas leak. Let's talk Germany. The new kid at the imperial table. Germany, unified in 1871, had arrived late to the Empire Party and was determined to make up for lost time. With its booming industry, massive population, and unsettling fondness for iron crosses, Germany was like a teenager who just discovered protein shakes and nature. Kaiser Wilhelm II, the belligerent ringleader, wanted what the British had: colonies, naval supremacy, and global swagger. But what he got was suspicion and rolled eyes. He sacked Bismarck, his far more sensible chancellor, talked too much in interviews and once described himself as the peacekeeper of Europe while simultaneously building a navy large enough to block out the sun. Britain naturally was unimpressed. France was alarmed. Russia kept sharpening its bayonets. Germany felt isolated and threw itself into alliances like a desperate man on a speed date. Now, the Balkans, a glorious mosaic of nations, languages, and grudges that dated back centuries. If you could weaponize drama, the Balkans would be a nuclear power. Once ruled by the Ottoman Empire, the region became a chaotic game of musical chairs. As the Turks lost control, Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, Montenegro, and Romania all danced for independence. Territory and validation. Nationalism surged. Old empires cringed. Austria-Hungary, ever the meddling uncle, wanted influence in the region. Serbia, young and scrappy, wanted to unite all Slavs under its own charmingly unruly roof. Russia, playing big brother to Serbia, decided to weigh in. And just like that, you had a multi-generational family feud armed with rifles. Two Balkan Wars, 1912 and 1913, made matters worse. Serbia emerged stronger, more confident, and slightly more insufferable. Austria-Hungary grew nervous. Germany panicked about losing influence. Russia smelled opportunity. It was like Game of Thrones, but with more medals and fewer dragons. Let's shift to the seas where Britain and Germany were locked in a passive-aggressive arms race involving dreadnought battleships. Enormous floating fortresses that made previous ships look like bathtub toys. Britain had long ruled the waves with its Royal Navy. Germany, under Wilhelm's direction, wanted in. The result: decades of shipbuilding, espionage, and tense standoffs involving admirals with Monless. The British press called the German Navy a threat to peace. The German press accused the British of paranoia. They were both correct. Everyone got nervous. The result was a military-industrial boom where budgets ballooned and tech advanced faster than the diplomats could keep up. It was like two neighbors each buying tanks to protect their flower beds. Over in the east, Russia lumbered through the early 20th century with all the grace of a bear on stilts. Tsar Nicholas II ruled an empire that stretched from Poland to the Pacific. But he ran it like a man afraid of telephones. After a humiliating loss to Japan in 1905, yes, Japan, Russia endured a revolution that nearly toppled the monarchy. The Tsar responded by giving the people a parliament and then ignoring it completely. Internally, the empire was a mess. Peasants wanted land. Workers wanted rights. And everyone wanted the Tsar to make up his mind. Externally, Russia tried to project power in the Balkans to distract from its own domestic circus. And let's not forget the army. Vast, slow, under-equipped, but terrifying purely because of its size. Russia was the wild card in Europe's game of chicken. Not because it was clever, but because no one, not even the Russians, knew what it would do next. Italy had finally unified in the 19th century and immediately set about trying to act like one of the big boys. It joined the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary, but secretly fancied France. Italy's foreign policy was like its pasta, tangled and full of unexpected ingredients. It wanted territory in North Africa, influence in the Balkans, and maybe some Austrian land on the side. But mostly it wanted respect. Spoiler alert. It wouldn't get much until it switched sides mid-war. But for now, Italy was in the corner, awkwardly practicing military marches and hoping someone would notice. Austria-Hungary was a glorious mess of nationalities, languages, and conflicting agendas. Think of it as a group project where no one speaks the same language and half the members want to quit. Ruled by Emperor Franz Joseph, a man who'd been in charge since before Lincoln was president. The empire struggled to keep its many ethnic groups in line. Czechs wanted autonomy. Hungarians wanted power. Slavs wanted out. The army was underfunded. The bureaucracy was glacial. The only thing holding it all together was tradition, fear, and elaborate uniforms. Austria-Hungary viewed Serbia as a threat to its very existence. Why? Because if Serbia inspired Slavic independence, the empire could unravel faster than you can say dual monarchy. This paranoia would prove, shall we say, unhelpful. Diplomacy in the pre-war years was theatrical. Ambassadors smoked cigars, wrote verbose letters, and hosted lavish balls while pretending not to hate each other. There were conferences, treaties, backdoor deals. Everyone said they wanted peace, but made sure to prepare for war just in case. Secret military plans were drawn up, locked in safes, and only shown to people with mustaches and manles. And yet no one actually wanted a big war. Not really. Most leaders imagined a small contained conflict. If anything, like a bar fight, but with cavalry. Unfortunately, the diplomatic system was built like a house of cards balanced on a mousetrap. One sudden movement, say the assassination of a relatively minor archduke, and the whole thing would collapse faster than a peace conference in a pub. If you'd asked the average citizen of Europe in 1913 where the war was coming, most would have said, no, but maybe a quick scrap wouldn't hurt. Nationalism had infected the public like glitter at a school play. Young men were itching to prove their courage. Newspapers ran patriotic fluff about honor, duty, and defending the homeland. Everyone assumed the war would be quick, glorious, and done by Christmas. No one imagined 4 years of mud, mechanized slaughter, and existential trauma. Because why would you? That would be realistic. So, here we are. Dear dreamer. Europe in 1914. Full of alliances, armed to the teeth, riddled with grudges, and marching ever closer to the cliff edge. No one quite knew what was coming. But everyone had a bad feeling. The smart ones kept their passports updated. The foolish ones polished their buttons. And somewhere in the Balkans, a teenager named Gavrilo Princip was about to become a household name. The Balkans, assassins, and a sandwich. Sarajevo 1914. We've set the stage, introduced the suspects, and examined the weapon cupboard. Now it's time for the bit everyone thinks they know. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. A tale involving teenage anarchists, terrible planning, and one of the most unfortunate lunch decisions in history. Buckle up, or rather fluff your pillow, because this chapter is where the Great War begins. With a royal visit and a misturn. Let's start with the setting. The Balkans in the early 20th century were a swirling cauldron of nationalism, resentment, and overcompensating mustaches. The Ottoman Empire had been booted out of most of the region, leaving a vacuum filled by newly independent nations like Serbia, Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Greece. Serbia, in particular, had big dreams. It saw itself as the core of a future Pan-Slavic empire, a sort of Balkan Big Brother, complete with Slavic unity and probably very loud folk music. This ambition did not sit well with Austria-Hungary, which happened to have a lot of Slavs living in its borders, many of whom had started whispering things like, "Wouldn't it be nice to join Serbia?" Austria-Hungary, being a structurally wobbly empire with the political reflexes of a drunk giraffe, was both paranoid and aggressive in response. The two countries were like flatmates who hated each other but couldn't afford to move out. Enter Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, devoted husband, terrible at PR. France wasn't exactly beloved. He had strong opinions, permanent scowl, and a habit of disagreeing with his own government. But he also had reformist ideas, including giving more autonomy to Slavs within the empire. Ironically, this made him more of a threat to Serbian nationalists. If the Slavs in Austria-Hungary got rights, they might not want to break away and join Serbia. His wife Sophie was considered beneath his station. The court hated her, which is why when they finally let her join him on a formal occasion, he decided to take her to Sarajevo. Yes, nothing says romance like a city filled with people who want you dead. In Serbia, a group called the Black Hand had emerged. This was a secret society of Serbian nationalists who believed in the power of assassinations to solve geopolitical problems. Think of them as the worst improv group in history. One of their offshoots, Mlada Bosna, Young Bosnia, was full of young idealists who romanticized death and believed martyrdom was a solid career move. Among them was a pale, tubercular 19-year-old named Gavrilo Princip. His resume included being angry, coughing a lot, and having no backup plan. The plan: assassinate Franz Ferdinand during his visit to Sarajevo. The reason: nationalism, glory, and vibes. June 28th was already a loaded date. It was the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo 1389, a major event in Serbian history. Also, Franz Ferdinand being in Sarajevo that day was basically Austria-Hungary rubbing its imperial nose in Serbian memory. As the royal motorcade made its way through the city, 6 assassins lined the route. Each had bombs, pistols, and the combined tactical finesse of a damp sponge. The first few couldn't bring themselves to act. One dropped his weapon. Another forgot which pocket his bomb was in. Then came Nedelico Cabrino. He hurled a bomb at the Archduke's car, only for it to bounce off the folded-down convertible roof and explode under the next car. France was unharmed. Kabrinovich tried to kill himself with cyanide. It didn't work. Then jumped into a river which was ankle-deep. He was promptly arrested. After that, the remaining assassins scattered. Franz Ferdinand, shaken but undeterred, went to the town hall for his official reception. There, in an impressively icy move, he berated the mayor. "Mr. Mayor, I come to visit and am greeted with bombs. It is outrageous. After the reception, the Archduke decided to visit the wounded in hospital. His driver was not informed that the route had changed. So as the motorcade drove down Franz Josef Street, someone realized they were headed the wrong way. The driver tried to reverse badly. This caused the car to stall right in front of Gabriello Princip. Now Princip had failed earlier and was sulking with a sandwich outside a deli. Suddenly fate parked the target directly in front of him. He stepped forward and fired 2 shots. One hit Sophie in the stomach. One hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck. She reportedly said, "For heaven's sake, what has happened to you?" Before collapsing, Franz managed, "It is nothing. It is nothing." Before dying moments later, they both died within minutes. Back in Vienna, Austria-Hungary was furious. But it wasn't entirely spontaneous. The government had been itching for a reason to slap Serbia. And this was gift-wrapped outrage. Over the next few weeks, they issued an ultimatum to Serbia so extreme. It was practically designed to be rejected. Serbia, to everyone's surprise, mostly accepted it. Except one clause. Austria-Hungary declared war anyway. Russia mobilized to protect Serbia. Germany mobilized to protect Austria-Hungary. France mobilized because Germany did. Britain mobilized because Germany invaded Belgium. And just like that, the world tipped over. Who was to blame? Short answer. Everyone. Was Prince Seip a villain or a tragic idealist? Was Austria-Hungary overreacting or defending its sovereignty? Did Germany push for war or just fall into it? Was the whole alliance system built by lunatics with Monless? Yes. To all of the above. History rarely has neat villains. What it does have is a spectacular number of people making bad decisions, refusing to back down, and believing that war would be short, sweet, and victorious. And there you have it. My nodding Napoleons. One sandwich. One teenage assassin. And one very confused driver triggered the deadliest war the world had ever seen. The next chapter. The war begins. Mobilization. Madness. First battles. The rush to the trenches. Down the rabbit hole. The war begins. We've done the prologue. The plotting. The powder keg. And now finally the bang. In this chapter, we take our first soggy steps into the Great War itself. What began with bullets in Sivo exploded into mobilization orders. Clunky strategies. Doomed offensives. And mud. So much mud. Prepare yourself for diplomacy in free fall. Generals chasing ghosts. And the early battles that taught everyone one unforgettable lesson. No one had a bloody clue what they were doing. After the assassination, Europe played the worst ever game of chicken. For weeks, nothing happened. Then everything happened at once. Austria-Hungary, with Germany's backing the so-called blank check, declared war on Serbia on the 28th of July. Russia mobilized in Serbia's defense. Germany declared war on Russia on the 1st of August. France mobilized. Germany declared war on France on the 3rd of August. And to top it off, Germany invaded Belgium, prompting Britain to declare war on Germany on the 4th of August. This wasn't a slow descent. It was a diplomatic bungee jump with the cord cut halfway down. Everyone thought the war would be short. A few decisive battles. A march on a capital. A peace treaty. Then home in time for tea and medals. As we'll see, this was not the case. The key word of the hour was mobilization. Think less gentle rallying of troops and more massive logistical frenzy. Train timetables were sacred texts. Military plans depended on perfect timing. Delays could mean defeat. Germany, obsessed with its beloved Schlieffen Plan, had to hit France before Russia could mobilize fully. The idea: swing through Belgium. Capture Paris. Then pivot east. Easy problem. Belgium wasn't keen on being trampled. Britain had a treaty from 1839 promising to defend Belgian neutrality. When Germany invaded, Britain honored that dusty scrap of paper and ended the war. So now, because of an assassination in the Balkans and a treaty older than the telephone, Europe was fully on fire. Germany's invasion of Belgium began on the 4th of August. The Belgians, outnumbered and outgunned, still resisted heroically. Cities like Leg held up the German advance for longer than anyone expected. The Germans responded with overwhelming force and atrocities. Towns were burned. Civilians executed. The world recoiled. Germany justified it as, frankly, we're in a hurry. The French, meanwhile, charged into Alsace-Lorraine with glorious red trousers and suicidal optimism. Plan 17 was the French strategy, and it was essentially attack again. Die dramatically. Boiler. It didn't go well. The Germans pushed deep into France. By September, they were 30 m from Paris. It looked like the Schlieffen Plan was working. Then came the miracle on the Marne. The First Battle of the Marne, 5th to 12th of September, saw French and British forces stop the German advance just short of the capital. Soldiers were rushed to the front in taxis. Actual Parisian taxis. That's how desperate it was. The German army, overextended and facing fresh Allied resistance, retreated slightly. Both sides then tried to outflank each other northward in what became the race to the sea. Boiler. No one won. By the end of 1914, the front had frozen into a stalemate stretching from the Swiss border to the North Sea. The war of movement was over. Enter the trench warfare era. The trenches were both a tactical necessity and a waking nightmare. Dug into the earth in zigzagging lines, they offered protection from artillery and every other form of human dignity. Conditions were horrific. Mud that could swallow boots and sometimes men. Rats the size of cats. Lice that caused endless itching and trench fever. Trench foot caused by constant dampness, sometimes leading to amputation. Food that barely qualified as food. Bully beef. Anyone. And always the sound of artillery. Explosions became background noise. Sleep was rare. Cleanliness was mythical. Yet somehow they endured. While Western Europe descended into trench hell, the Eastern Front was a different beast. Bigger distances, faster movement, and armies that often lost track of themselves. Russia invaded East Prussia and got absolutely walloped at the Battle of Tannenberg. August 1914, where Germany under Generals Hindenburg and Ludendorff destroyed an entire Russian army. But Russia wasn't done. It had lots of men. Supply lines were a mess. Leadership was shaky, but they kept pushing. Austria-Hungary, meanwhile, proved astonishingly incompetent. Their invasions of Serbia and Galicia, eastern Poland, were disasters. Serbian forces repeatedly humiliated them and the Russians battered their Galician armies. By Christmas, Austria-Hungary was bleeding and dependent on German support. Not a great look for a great power. The war wasn't just in Europe. The empires took it global. Britain and France seized German colonies in Africa and the Pacific. Japan joined the Allies mainly to snatch German holdings in China. In Africa, colonial troops were deployed and brutal campaigns erupted across modern-day Cameroon, Namibia, and East Africa. The war was sold as a European conflict but fought by men from India, Senegal, Canada, Australia, and beyond. The world in World War I was no exaggeration. By December 1914, both sides had suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties. The German advance had stalled. The French were exhausted. The British were digging in. Russia was struggling but massive. And everyone was still convinced they were just a few good battles away from victory. Then, in a strange moment of humanity, came the Christmas truce. On Christmas Eve, along parts of the Western Front, German and British troops sang carols. Some shouted greetings. Then on Christmas Day, small groups emerged from the trenches. They shook hands, swapped gifts, buried their dead, even played football. It wasn't universal and it didn't last. By New Year, the shelling resumed. But for a moment, in a war designed to crush the human spirit, soldiers showed more sanity than the generals ever did. And there we have it. Dear dreamer, the first year of the Great War. What began as a fast-paced blitz spiraled into a bloody boggy slog. Generals planned like it was 1815. Soldiers suffered like it was the apocalypse. Trenches stretched like scars across Europe. Millions fought. Hundreds of thousands died. And everyone still thought the war would be over soon. Next time. 1915 to 1918. Guess. Gallipoli. And the so. You're not going to like it. But you'll learn something. The final push. 1915 to 1918. When we left off, Europe had managed to crawl into trenches and get very, very stuck. Now begins the middle stretch of this historical traffic jam. 1915 to 1918. These are the years where idealism dies. New horrors emerge. And everyone doubles down on the worst decisions possible. Guess. Gallipoli. Verdun. The Somme. Revolutions and reinforcements from across the Atlantic. After 1914's bloody opening act, the generals had a clear takeaway. Let's do that again. But with more explosions. Enter poison gas. The Germans used chlorine gas at the Second Battle of Ypres in April 1915. Watching as green clouds drifted across no man's land and turned lungs into soup. It was terrifying but ultimately unreliable. Wind is a fickle ally. Soon everyone joined the Chemical Arms Club. Britain, France, even Russia got in on it. Mustard gas, phosgene, and other alphabet soups of doom filled the air. Soldiers were issued gas masks, some of which looked like haunted teapots. Meanwhile, the Eastern Front saw some movement. Germany and Austria launched a joint attack at Goritano, forcing Russian troops to retreat hundreds of miles. Russia, under-equipped and demoralized, began to look more like a crumbling bear than a great power. And then came Gallipoli. Gallipoli. If you ever want to watch a beautiful idea crash into a cliff of reality, this one's for you. The Allies, particularly Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty and not yet the cigar-chomping icon, thought opening a new front could break the stalemate. The plan: sail through the Dardanelles, knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war, and resupply Russia through the Black Sea. Execution dismal. In April 1915, British, Australian, New Zealand, and French troops landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula. The terrain was brutal. The Turkish defense fierce, led by a certain Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, and the Allied leadership optimistic. Months of trench warfare followed. The weather was appalling. Casualties mounted. Flies outnumbered bullets. By the end of the year, the Allies pulled out. A total failure. It was a defining moment for Australia and New Zealand. Hello, Anzac legend. And a source of pride for modern Turkey. For everyone else, it was an embarrassing detour. If 1915 was the warm-up, 1916 was the main event for trauma. Two of the most infamous battles in military history took place this year. The Germans launched a massive offensive against Verdun, a symbolically important French fortress. The plan: bleed France white. It worked. And not in a good way. The battle lasted from February to December. That's right. Nearly a year. Over 700,000 casualties for minimal territorial gain. French soldiers rotated constantly to avoid complete collapse. The motto became, Illa, they shall not pass. They didn't. But neither did anyone else. To relieve pressure on Verdun, The British launched their own offensive at the Somme. The first day, the 1st of July 1916, was the bloodiest in British military history. Nearly 60,000 casualties in one day. The generals believed their week-long artillery barrage had wiped out German defenses. It hadn't. Men went over the top into machine gun fire, barbed wire, and chaos. The offensive dragged on for months. By November, over 1 million men had become casualties. The front barely moved and still the war raged on. In 1916, the British debuted a new toy, the tank. Clunky, slow, and prone to breaking down. These mechanical beasts nonetheless terrified the Germans. They wouldn't be decisive in 1916, but they were a sign of things to come. Aircraft improved. 2. Dogfights became a regular feature of the war. The legendary Red Baron, Manfred von Richthofen, soared through the skies, racking up kills and reinforcing the war's growing mythos. Submarines also got nastier. Germany's U-boat campaign intensified, sinking merchant ships and triggering diplomatic fury. This will be important later. Hello, America. Russia, bless its battered soul, finally fell apart in 1917. Years of military disaster, food shortages, and political repression boiled over. In March, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated. A provisional government took over but failed to fix anything. Meanwhile, a certain Vladimir Lenin, smuggled back into Russia by the Germans, began stirring the pot. By November, Lenin and the Bolsheviks staged a second revolution. The provisional government was swept aside. Russia now belonged to the communists. They promptly negotiated peace with Germany. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in early 1918 pulled Russia out of the war, handing over massive territory in the process. Enter America. On the 6th of April 1917, after German U-boat sank too many ships and the infamous Zimmermann telegram, in which Germany encouraged Mexico to attack the U.S., America declared war on Germany. First, the impact was mostly moral. The U.S. Army wasn't quite ready, but American industry, optimism, and fresh troops would become crucial in 1918. President Woodrow Wilson framed the war as a noble crusade to make the world safe for democracy. Cute, but the doughboys brought steel. Not just slogans. With Russia out of the picture, Germany saw a rare and fleeting opportunity. They shifted nearly 50 divisions from the Eastern to the Western Front and launched one final all-or-nothing gamble. Operation Michael, the first of several offensives known collectively as the Spring Offensive of 1918. On the 21st of March, German artillery opened with a thunderous barrage, followed by stormtrooper units trained to infiltrate enemy trenches with speed and surprise. It worked. The Germans smashed through Allied lines with terrifying force, capturing more ground in weeks than anyone had in years. But their success came at a price. The speed of the advance became its greatest weakness. The Germans outran their supply lines and reinforcements, forcing exhausted troops to fight without food, rest, or ammunition. Discipline frayed. Looting became common, and crucially, strategic goals were muddled. Instead of punching through to Paris, German advances began to spiral into scattered objectives. Their momentum waned. Meanwhile, the Allies had a new secret weapon, the American Expeditionary Force. By the summer of 1918, hundreds of thousands of fresh U.S. troops arrived at the front, bringing not just numbers, but morale. Their presence stiffened Allied resistance and bought time to regroup. The French and British coordinated a counter-offensive. In August, the 100 Days Offensive began. This time it was the Allies who struck with coordination and purpose. Backed by tanks, planes, and overwhelming artillery, they began driving the Germans back. One city after another fell. German command realized the tide had turned. At home, Germany was coming apart. Mutinies erupted in the navy. Protests spread. The economy began driving the Germans back. One city after another fell. German command realized the tide had turned. At home, Germany was coming apart. Mutinies erupted in the navy. Protests spread. The economy was broken. On the 9th of November, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated and fled to the Netherlands. The monarchy collapsed. A Weimar Republic was declared. 2 days later, on November 11th, 1918, at precisely 11 a.m., the armistice came into effect. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns finally fell silent. The war was over, but the damage was only just beginning. So there it is, my drowsy general. The long grim crescendo of the Great War. Gas turned the air into a weapon. Gallipol turned ambition into fast. Verdun and the Somme turned entire generations into ghosts. Russia imploded. America arrived. And Germany, after years of blood and iron, collapsed into revolution. But just because the guns stopped doesn't mean the story's over. Next time, the end. Treaties, trials, and a peace that set the stage for another war. The end. Armistice and what followed. The guns have gone quiet. The mud is starting to dry. And the generals are blinking in disbelief. It's November 1918. And after 4 years of industrialized misery, World War I is finally over. Sort of. Because, as we'll see in this chapter, ending a world war is like ending a toxic relationship. Just because someone stops shouting doesn't mean the damage is done. So settle in as we navigate armistices, abdications, awkward treaties, and the diplomatic equivalent of sweeping landmines under the rug. The war didn't end with a dramatic victory march into Berlin. It ended with Germany falling apart from the inside. After the failed Spring Offensive and the punishing 100 Days Offensive, German morale collapsed. Soldiers mutinied. Civilians rioted. The Navy refused to sail. Revolution was in the air. And not the good kind with baguettes and declarations of liberty. More the desperate everything is on fire variety. On the 9th of November 1918, Kaiser Wilhelm II fled to the Netherlands. The German monarchy evaporated overnight. A new Weimar Republic was declared. 2 days later, at 11 a.m., on the 11th of November, the guns finally fell silent. The armistice was signed in a railway carriage in the forest of Campini. Not a battlefield. Not a palace. A train in the woods. Fittingly weird. People danced in the streets. Bells rang. Soldiers stared in disbelief. Everyone wondered what would come next. Let's take a moment to tally the damage. 9 million soldiers dead. 21 million wounded. Countless civilians dead from famine, shelling, or disease. Empires collapsed. Economies shattered. The Ottoman Empire gone. Carved up and divided like an imperial buffet. Austria-Hungary also gone. Replaced by Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia and others. A whole grag of new states drawn by men who had never visited the regions they were carving. Russia mid-revolution. Civil war between Bolsheviks and anti-communists was tearing the place apart. Not ideal. And Germany defeated, humiliated, and about to be handed a treaty that would ensure no one got a good night's sleep for the next 20 years. In 1919, world leaders gathered in Paris to decide how to rebuild and punish the world. It was less peace conference. More political bake-off with vengeance frosting. The main players, Gore Clemenceau, France, wanted revenge and security, hated Germany, hated compromise, possibly hated fun. David Lloyd George, Britain, wanted to balance peace and punishment. Also wanted to win the next election. Woodrow Wilson, USA idealist, believed in self-determination and his 14 points. Also believed he could change Europe with words and handshakes. Cute. The losers, Germany, Austria, etc., weren't invited to negotiate, just to sign. Awkward. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on 28th of June, 1919. Exactly 5 years after Franz Ferdinand was shot because symbolism fixes everything. Key points. Article 231. The infamous War Guilt Clause. Germany had to accept full responsibility for the war. Even though, as we've seen, everyone had their grubby hands on that steering wheel. Reparations. Germany had to pay massive sums to the Allies. The final bill, 132 billion gold marks. That's a lot of sausages. Territorial losses. Alsace went back to France. The Saar was occupied. Germany lost all overseas colonies. Poland was reborn and given a corridor to the sea right through Germany. Military restrictions. The German army was capped at 100,000 men. No tanks. No aircraft. No submarines. Not even a decent parade. To many Germans, this wasn't peace. It was humiliation. And resentment would simmer like an angry brat burst until a certain mustachioed Austrian turned up ranting about national pride. The Treaty of Versailles was just one part of the peace process. Others included Treaty of Sanja. Austria. Austria lost land and had to pretend it had nothing to do with Germany. Boiler. It did. Treaty of Trianon. Hungary. Hungary was sliced into bits. It still hasn't gotten over it. Treaty of Sarah Ottoman Empire. A messy attempt to dismantle the Ottoman legacy. Later replaced by Treaty of Lausanne after Turkey said no thanks and fought back. These treaties redrew maps but ignored reality. Ethnic groups were split. New nations were unstable. The seeds of future conflicts were sown with elegant pens. Wilson's big idea was the League of Nations, an international organization to prevent future wars through collective security and very stern letters. Sadly, the U.S. Senate refused to join. Germany and the Soviet Union were initially excluded. It had no army, no teeth, and no patience. It was like a security guard with a whistle, but no trousers. Still, the idea of international cooperation would live on eventually. The war had wrecked Europe's economy. Infrastructure was destroyed. Industry was exhausted. Inflation ran wild. In Germany, hyperinflation hit by 1923. Bread cost billions of marks. Wheelbarrows carried cash. Not groceries. Was laughable if it wasn't so tragic. Millions of veterans returned home physically and emotionally shattered. Shell shock, now known as PTSD, haunted a generation. Literature, poetry, and art became darker, raw, and bitter. Women having joined the workforce in wartime began demanding rights and in many places got them. Social structures were shifting if slowly and looming in the distance. Instability, extremism, and the faint sound of jackboots. So here we are. Dear dreamer, the war ended, but the peace was problematic. Empires died. Maps changed. Millions mourned and the seeds for the next global catastrophe were quietly planted beneath the diplomatic wallpaper. Next, the aftermath in full. Economics, psychology, politics, and the legacy of a war that was supposed to end all wars, but instead taught us how to build better ones. The aftermath, peace treaties, economic effects, and the world left behind. The fighting's over. The ink on the treaties is barely dry, and Europe is lying on the floor, clutching its head, and wondering what on earth just happened. This chapter is all about the mess left behind. the patched-up maps, the broken economies, the emotional hangover, and the attempts to make sense of a world that had fundamentally changed. Technically, World War I ended with peace, but in reality, it ended with confusion, bitterness, and a checklist of new problems. The peace treaties didn't bring closure. They brought resentment, paperwork, and border redraws that made absolutely no geographic or ethnic sense. The victorious powers carved up the world as if it were a cake at a toddler's birthday party. Lines were drawn on maps by people who'd never visited the places they were divvying up. And the result? A new generation of territorial disputes, minorities in the wrong countries, and future civil wars simmering under the surface. Let's talk about Germany, because if you're wondering how we ended up with Hitler, it starts here. The Treaty of Versailles painted Germany as the sole villain of the war. The war guilt clause rubbed salt into national pride. The reparations demanded were massive and felt punitive rather than restorative. Worse still, Germany had to disarm, give up territories, and hand over colonies. For the German public, this was a peace they hadn't seen coming. Most had believed they were still winning until the very end. What followed was a perfect storm. A crippled economy, humiliated national identity, political instability, veterans returning with trauma and no jobs. Into that chaos stepped extremists from all sides and one very angry man with a mustache. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, once a sprawling, dysfunctional alliance of ethnicities held together by bureaucracy, imperial etiquette, and a shared aversion to efficiency, collapsed entirely in the wake of defeat. Its dissolution was less a clean break than a sudden implosion as national groups scrambled to assert independence and redraw boundaries according to ethnic lines. Historical claims, and occasionally sheer wishful thinking. From the rubble emerged a set of newly minted nation-states: Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenians later known as Yugoslavia, among others. These changes were formalized in a series of treaties, particularly the Treaty of Sanjame 1919 and the Treaty of Trianon 1920, which aimed to dissolve the Austro-Hungarian Empire and redistribute its territories based on ethnic composition and political interests. The collapse of the empire had been set in motion by its military failures and internal ethnic tensions. As the war dragged on and Austria-Hungary's multinational army disintegrated, nationalist movements within the empire's borders began asserting their independence. Czechs, Slovaks, South Slavs, and others declared their own provisional governments, sometimes before the war even officially ended. The powers eager to weaken Central Europe and promote self-determination supported these breakaway efforts in principle, though often inconsistently in practice. In theory, these were sovereign states founded on principles of national self-determination. In practice, they were riddled with internal tensions, economic fragility, and minority populations that didn't quite fit the new national narratives. Each new country inherited border disputes, inflation, refugee crisis, and the awkward legacy of having relied on Vienna for everything from postal systems to plumbing. Overnight, aristocrats became commoners, customs unions evaporated, and rail lines terminated at invisible walls. Hungary in particular suffered a brutal national identity crisis. The Treaty of Trianon in 1920 LPPD off about two-thirds of its territory, transferring vast swaths of land to Romania, Czechoslovakia, and the newly formed Yugoslavia. Over 3 million ethnic Hungarians suddenly found themselves living outside the borders of Hungary. The loss of Transylvania alone was a deep wound. For Hungarians, it wasn't just a geopolitical setback. It was a psychological trauma. National mourning followed. Street names were changed. School children memorized lost cities like mantras. It was as if the entire country had been downsized without notice and expected to smile about it. The resentment festered. feeding political instability and future revanche dreams that would echo into the next war. The Ottoman Empire, already on its last legs, was dismantled by the Allies and turned into a colonial playground. Britain and France grabbed huge chunks of the Middle East through Sykes-Picot, a secret agreement dividing Arab lands between them. The Treaty of Sèvres carved up the rest, but Turkish nationalists under Mustafa Kemal Ataturk rejected it. A war of independence followed. The final result was the Republic of Turkey, born in 1923, and a trail of broken promises to Arabs and Armenians. The promised Arab independence never happened. Surprise! The seeds of multiple future conflicts were planted here, with borders that still haunt the region to this day. Russia had dropped out of the war in 1917 and descended straight into a civil war that made the Western Front look well organized. The Bolsheviks fought the Whites, a loose alliance of anti-communists, and everyone else suffered. The war lasted until 1922, left millions dead, and birthed the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Poland reappeared on the map and immediately got into a war with Soviet Russia. The New World was barely born and already throwing punches. The economic fallout from World War I was catastrophic. Europe was broke, in debt, and structurally wrecked. Germany faced hyperinflation. By 1923, it took a wheelbarrow of cash to buy bread. Britain had borrowed heavily and lost its financial dominance. France had entire regions destroyed and demanded reparations to rebuild. The U.S., having lent money to nearly everyone, emerged financially strong and slightly smug. The gold standard collapsed. The old economic systems were upended. New global powers began to rise, especially America and Japan, while the old European empires wobbled. And in the background, disillusionment. People had bled and died for what? Expensive treaties, food shortages, and queues at the unemployment office. One of the few social shifts. Women. With millions of men at war, women had stepped into roles in factories, transport, medicine, and even auxiliary military services. After the war, many were told to go back to the kitchen. Many politely declined. The 1920s saw the beginnings of women's suffrage in several countries, along with social reforms changing fashion. Hello, flappers. And a crack in the traditional gender roles. Elsewhere, the working class was fed up. Strikes spread. Communist movements gained popularity. The war had promised unity and delivered trauma. People wanted change, and some were willing to fight for it. The psychological toll of the war left deep marks. Shell shock, now known as PTSD, was rampant, but poorly understood. Veterans returned, changed. Families were fractured. In art and literature, the war birthed a new tone: bitterness, irony, and disillusionment. The age of gallant cavalry charges was over. In its place came the poetry of Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon, the novels of Erich Maria Remarque. All quiet on the Western Front. The art of Otto Dix and George Grapp. Grotesque, haunting, unforgettable. The Roaring Twenties roared partly because people were trying to drown out the memories of 1914 to 1918. Let's be honest. World War I didn't end so much as pause. Germany felt punished, not healed. Borders were drawn without consent. Economies were strained to the breaking point. Nationalism was back, louder than ever. The League of Nations was well-intentioned, but toothless. It would take just 2 decades for the world to plunge back into darkness. This time, the sequel would be even worse. And so, my softly snoring scholar, the world staggered out of World War I. Bruised, battered, and baffled. Empires vanished. Maps were rewritten. The economy tanked. And the survivors tried to carry on with haunted eyes and hollow laughter. The war was over. Yes, but peace. That was another story. The legacy. How the First World War changed everything. We've made it through the bullets, the bunkers, the backstabbing treaties, and the economic chaos. Now, we step back and look at the big picture. World War I didn't just kill soldiers. It murdered monarchies. By 1918, the German Empire was gone. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had collapsed into ethnic confetti. The Ottoman Empire was carved up and crumbling. The Russian Empire had imploded into revolution. What rose in their place? A chaotic patchwork of republics, radical ideologies, and unstable governments. Many of them barely survived the 1920s, let alone the century. Kings and Kaisers were out. Bureaucrats and ideologues were in. The old world order had cracked like a teacup dropped off a balcony. With empires dead, modern nation-states took center stage. But these weren't always stable liberal democracies. No. The 1920s and 30s saw a swing from monarchies to extremes. Fascism in Italy and Germany. Communism in the Soviet Union. Authoritarianism in Hungary, Romania, Spain, and others. Many of these regimes were born from post-war chaos. People wanted order, security, purpose, and if that came with uniforms and censorship, well, so be it. The modern state became bigger, more involved, more repressive when it wanted to be. World War I killed the old ideals of glorious battle. Cavalry charges were replaced by machine guns, tanks, and air raids. Chemical warfare broke the last taboo. Wars became total. Civilians became targets. Entire economies were mobilized. The idea that wars could be fought cleanly was buried under barbed wire and cratered earth. And yet, despite the horror, nations began preparing for the next one almost immediately. World War I was not the war to end all wars. It was the tutorial level. Let's be brutally honest. World War I didn't just precede World War II. Caused it. The Treaty of Versailles left Germany humiliated and angry. The Great Depression, partly triggered by war debt and economic instability, destabilized already fragile governments. The rise of Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo can all be traced back to the wreckage of World War I. By the late 1930s, the world had forgotten the horror or chosen to ignore it, and the cycle began again. Despite the failure of the League of Nations, World War I planted the idea that international problems required international solutions. The United Nations would later rise from these ashes. Global diplomacy, flawed as it is, became the norm. Ideas like self-determination, human rights, and collective security gained ground, though usually after another crisis reminded people why they mattered. World War I cracked open traditional societies. Women had worked, voted, organized. Old class systems were weakened. The idea that a privileged elite should run everything less popular after the elite had marched millions into machine guns. Culturally, the war ushered in modernism. Literature became fragmented, cynical, searching. Hello. T.S. Eliot, Virginia Woolf, Eric Maria Remarque. Art went abstract and surreal. Derism. Anyone. Music lost its romanticism and embraced dissonance. Thanks. Stravinsky. The world had been dislocated. Culture followed suit. World War I became a canvas for mourning, misunderstanding, and meaning. Cenotaphs and memorials sprang up across Europe. Remembrance Day was born. Poppies became a symbol of sacrifice. But narratives varied. In Britain and France, the war became a story of endurance and honor. In Germany, it became a story of betrayal and victimhood. In Russia, it was largely erased and rewritten by Bolshevik historians. The way we remembered the war shaped the way we prepared for the next. World War I left behind ghosts that still haunt us. The normalization of civilian casualties. The failure to support returning veterans. The idea that war was both inevitable and winnable. PTSD entered the medical lexicon, and the lesson, if there is one, is this: modern war is not a test of courage or glory. It is a machine, and once it starts, it chews up everyone. Every time you look at a modern passport, vote in a democracy, or question authority, you are engaging with the legacy of World War I. The war reshaped politics, culture, geography, psychology. It changed how we write, how we remember, how we fight, and how we mourn. And it taught us, however briefly, that the world is terrifyingly fragile and that peace, once shattered, is devilishly hard to rebuild. So here we are, my darling dreamer. Countless disasters and one colossal war that changed everything. World War I was the end of an age and the beginning of the modern world. Its ghosts still whisper in our headlines. Its maps still shape our arguments. And its stories still echo in our lullabies. Sleep well tonight. You've earned it. Now, my dear dreamer, let's peek into the pressure cooker and meet our key players properly. In this part, we'll meet the most influential people and try to understand what the heck went wrong with them. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the bullet that broke the world. A name that echoes through every high school history class like a dry sneeze from the past. The man whose murder launched a world war. The man remembered less for who he was and more for what happened to him. And let's be honest, he's the most famous corpse of 1914. But who was the man before he became the smoking gun that detonated Europe? To start, Franz Ferdinand was born into a royal family so tangled and tradition-choked. It's a miracle anyone found a seat at the dinner table. Born on December 18th, 1863 in Graz, Austria. Because why not have your destiny begin in a city that sounds like someone clearing their throat? He was the eldest son of Archduke Karl Ludwig, the emperor's brother, which made him nobody terribly important. Yet Franz Ferdinand was not groomed to rule. That job belonged to his cousin, Crown Prince Rudolf, the dashing, intelligent liberal reformer who, in a plot twist worthy of a Netflix miniseries, shot himself and his teenage mistress in a hunting lodge at Meiling in 1889. Goodbye. Hello. Scandal. This tragic bit of dynastic drama meant the line of succession suddenly skipped over to Franz Ferdinand's father. But Daddy Karl Ludwig, clearly not thrilled by the prospect of running a collapsing empire, died conveniently in 1896, leaving France in pole position for the Habsburg throne. Sometimes history is just about outliving the competition. And so it was. Franz Ferdinand, a man known for his bad temper, a charm, and surprisingly progressive leanings, was now heir presumptive to the most rickety monarchy in Europe. Let's talk about his personality, shall we? France was as subtle as a brass marching band. He was stiff, stubborn, frequently sarcastic, and no one would ever accuse him of being the life of the imperial ballroom. He was famous for snapping at staff, dressing down generals, and once accusing a visiting dignitary of smelling like cabbage. A man of the people he was not. But here's the plot twist. Beneath his crusty exterior beat the heart of a surprisingly modern thinker. He believed the empire needed reform. Not just some fresh paint and a rewritten constitution, but deep structural change. He knew the empire was fraying along its ethnic seams. The Slavs were restless. The Hungarians were power-drunk. And the Austrians themselves were becoming more caricature than community. France believed the future of the empire lay in transforming it from a top-heavy German-Hungarian beast into a multi-ethnic federation. A United States of Austria, if you will. Sounds sensible, doesn't it? Not to the Hungarian nobility, who regarded the idea with the same enthusiasm they'd show a peasant uprising. Reform threatened their perks, so they quietly hoped France would choke on a dumpling before ever reaching the throne. And now for the juicy bit. The romance. Franz Ferdinand, that cranky old-school aristocrat, had a soft spot. Her name was Sophie Chotek. She wasn't from a royal family, which in the Habsburg court was like saying she was made of turnips. Sophie was intelligent, poised, and everything a noble wife should be, except born to the wrong kind of blue blood. The imperial court threw a fit. Marrying her meant violating centuries of dynastic snobbery. But Franz Ferdinand, to his credit, told them all to stuff it. He was marrying her or no one. The emperor finally relented on the humiliating condition that their children would never inherit the throne and Sophie would never be allowed to walk beside him in public. Charming. Still, they married in 1900 and had 3 children. Their marriage was by all accounts a rare case of genuine affection in the Habsburg brood. But Sophie was always forced to walk behind France at official events because apparently love was fine. Just not equal footing. As heir to the throne, Franz took his duties seriously. Perhaps too seriously. He became Inspector General of the Austro-Hungarian military. A job he approached like a man trying to reassemble a crumbling cathedral with duct tape. He loathed corruption, inefficiency, and any officer who seemed more decorative than dangerous. Naturally, he alienated half the army, but he pressed on, convinced he could shape an empire with reform, restraint, and the occasional rage-fueled memorandum. By 1914, Franz Ferdinand had become a paradox, a reformer hated by conservatives, a conservative distrusted by liberals, a peacemaker regarded as dangerous by warmongers. In many ways, he was the last man who might have held the empire together, and the first to be targeted by those who wanted it torn apart. Which brings us to Sarajevo. Yes, Sarajevo, June 28, 1914. A sunny day, a city under imperial occupation. A visit that even by the standards of Austro-Hungarian misjudgments was cosmically ill-advised. The Serbs were furious over the empire's annexation of Bosnia. Nationalist groups like the charmingly named Black Hand were plotting. But the Archduke insisted on visiting anyway, partly to review troops, partly to show the flag, and partly, he claimed, to give his wife a taste of official ceremony she was usually denied. So they set out in an open-top car through the city streets. It should have been a parade. It became a farce. A bomb was thrown at the motorcade and bounced off the folded-down roof, injuring a few passengers in another car. France and Sophie were unharmed. The Archduke, clearly irritated, delivered a barbed comment about how nice it was to be greeted with explosives. Most people would call it a day at that point. But France, fueled by a mixture of protocol, pride, and probably indigestion, insisted on continuing the visit. Later that morning, after a few rounds of speeches and hospital visits, the couple headed to the town hall. Then came the fateful wrong turn. The driver, perhaps unfamiliar with Sivo's twisted geography, or maybe just cursed, took a detour down a side street right into the path of Gabriela Princip. Now, Princip was no trained assassin. He was a teenager with a pistol and a burning desire for Serbian independence. He probably didn't expect to get a second shot. Literally. But there they were. France and Sophie stopped in front of a cafe. Their car stalled. The driver confused. 2 shots rang out. One hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck. One hit Sophie in the abdomen. According to legend, and it's hard to resist legend here, Franz's last words were, "Sophie, Sophie, don't die. Stay alive for our children." She died before him. He followed within minutes. Their deaths sent shock waves through the empire and Europe. In Vienna, Franz Joseph reportedly said, "A higher power has restored the order I could not," which is a poetic way of saying I never liked him anyway. And from there the dominoes fell. Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia. Serbia stalled. Russia backed Serbia. Germany backed Austria. France backed Russia. Britain got dragged in. And suddenly a squabble over a dead archduke snowballed into the First World War. It's ironic, isn't it? Franz Ferdinand spent years trying to prevent war through reform. And his death became the spark for the bloodiest conflict the world had ever seen. What if he'd lived? That's the favorite question of wistful historians and fans of alternate history novels. Would he have restructured the empire, averted war, stuck it to the Magyar oligarchs, and given the Slavs a seat at the imperial table? Maybe. Or maybe the empire would have crumbled under the weight of its contradictions anyway. But there's one thing we can say for sure. Franz Ferdinand, despite his stiffness and sour demeanor, had a brain, a spine, and a surprisingly romantic soul. He was no saint, but he was trying to patch a rotting house while everyone else was arguing about the drapes. He didn't die because he was evil. He died because he was in the way. And thus ends the curious, complex life of the man who could have saved the Habsburg Empire. If only he'd taken a different route through Sivo. Gabriello Princip, the teenager who killed an empire. Now, prepare to meet the most accidentally effective assassin in modern history. Gavrilo Princip. That name might sound like a failed perfume line. But don't be fooled. This was the lad who, in less than 5 seconds on a sunny Sivo sidewalk, managed to fire 2 bullets that unraveled empires, triggered a world war, and rebranded assassination from shady CLO and dagger affair into global catastrophe. And the kicker, he was 19. 19. What were you doing at 19? Learning to boil pasta and ghosting your academic advisor. Gabriello was plotting the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Let's unpack this pint-sized powder cake. Shall we? Gabriello Princip was born on July 25, 1894 in a dusty little village called Oblaj in Bosnia, then under Austro-Hungarian rule. The name Gabriello comes from the Archangel Gabriel, which is about as ironic as naming your kid Peace and watching him start World War I. His family, dirt poor, Orthodox Christian. His father was a postman with a low opinion of imperial bureaucracy and a higher opinion of goats. Life was bleak, to put it mildly. Gabriello was one of 9 kids, most of whom died in infancy. He survived scrawny and bookish with a chip on his shoulder the size of Mount Elkin. But here's the thing about empires. If you treat entire regions like second-class provinces, you eventually make revolutionaries out of their brightest youth. Prince Sip was bright. He had a hunger for learning and a burning resentment for being a subject, not a citizen. The Austro-Hungarian Empire called it civilizing the Balkans. Gabriello called it foreign occupation. As a teenager, Gabriello moved to Sarajevo for school. It was there that he marinated in Slavic nationalism. We're talking poetry, pamphlets, secret meetings in smoky cafes, the whole revolutionary starter pack. He later moved to Belgrade, Serbia, free of Austrian rule and absolutely bubbling with pan-Slavic fervor. There he fell in with like-minded radicals, other Bosnian Serbs who saw Austria-Hungary as an illegitimate occupier and believed it was their sacred duty to unite all South Slavs under a greater Serbia. Enter the Black Hand. No, not a Marvel villain squad, though honestly they acted like it. The Black Hand was a shadowy Serbian nationalist group composed of military officers, conspirators, and guys who took their mustaches very seriously. Their goals: assassinate imperial figures, cause chaos, and achieve unification through violence. Casual. Gabriello wanted in. He wasn't a trained killer. He was a wiry, tubercular student with more ideology than aim. But he had the one trait every good revolutionary needs: utter, burning, irrational certainty. He was ready to die for the cause. The Black Hand said, "Cool. Have a gun." In 1914, news hit the Balkans like a bolt of lightning. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, would be visiting Sarajevo on Bedtime, no less. For those of you who skipped Balkan Mythology 101, Bedtime is Serbian National Remembrance Day, commemorating the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. The optics terrible, like the empire rubbing its boots on sacred ground. For Gabriello and his conspirators, it was a cosmic sign. A plan was formed. The target, Franz Ferdinand. The goal, send a message that Austria wasn't welcome. 6 assassins were chosen. The plan simple. Each of them would station themselves along the motorcade route. If one failed, the next would try. Like the worst game of relay tag ever played. They were armed with pistols, grenades, cyanide pills, cheap and ineffective, and more teen angst than an entire season of Skins. Gabriello, barely recovered from a bout of tuberculosis, took his position with shaking hands and an empty stomach. And then came the fateful day, June 28, 1914, the most catastrophic comedy of errors in history. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand should have been a complete failure. Started badly, got worse, and ended in a cosmic accident that changed the world. First, the motorcade drove along the planned route. One of the assassins, Nedeljko Chabanovich, tossed a bomb at the Archduke's car. It bounced off the folded roof and exploded under the next vehicle. A few injuries, lots of confusion. But Franz and Sophie were fine. Chabanovich swallowed his cyanide pill. It didn't work. He jumped in the river. It was only waist deep. He was fished out and arrested. Gabriello, seeing the chaos, missed his moment and wandered off in despair to a local cafe to sulk and, according to legend, buy a sandwich. And here's where the universe gets cheeky. After visiting the wounded in hospital, Franz and Sophie decided to change their route. Fewer public appearances. More low-key. Unfortunately, no one told the driver. He took a wrong turn, realized his mistake, and stopped to back up right in front of Schiller's Delicates, and who just happened to be standing outside biting into his revolutionary sandwich. Gabriello freaking Princip. Imagine it. You failed to kill the heir to an empire. Get discouraged. Wander off to eat your feelings. And the target pulls up 10 feet from you like a drive-through assassination window. Gabriello didn't hesitate. 2 shots. One hit Sophie. One hit Franz. The world stopped. Princip tried to kill himself. The cyanide failed again. Serbian pharmacists, please call your offices. And he was arrested on the spot. Interrogated. Beaten. And tried. He never recounted. I am a Yugoslav nationalist, he declared. I wanted to free my people. But here's the tragic comic twist. Gabriello didn't want a world war. He wanted Austria out of Bosnia. He wanted Serbian unity. Instead, his bullets triggered alliances like dominoes falling through gasoline. Austria declared war on Serbia. Russia mobilized. Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain joined in. Boom. For years. Millions dead. Whole continents shattered. Gabriello didn't even get to see it unfold. Because he was under 20. Gabriello couldn't be sentenced to death under Austro-Hungarian law. So they threw him in prison instead. Terracine Fortress. A freezing, disease-ridden dungeon. There he withered. Malnourished. Isolated. Lost his right arm. His tuberculosis returned with a vengeance. He died on April 28, 1918, aged 23, just months before the war ended. just before Austria-Hungary ceased to exist. He never saw the empire fall. He never saw Serbia rise. He just faded, sick, starving, and forgotten by the history he helped make. So, who was Gabrielo Princip really? Was he a terrorist? A freedom fighter? A naive idealist? The matchstick that lit the powder keg? All of the above. He was a boy born under occupation, product of poverty, pride, and political fanaticism. A nationalist who believed the ends justified the means. Even if the means were murder. He didn't mean to destroy Europe. But he did. And therein lies the lesson. History doesn't always turn on kings, armies, or laws. Sometimes it turns on a teenage boy with a gun, cough, and a sandwich. Kaiser Wilhelm II. The mustachioed meltdown of Europe. Wilhelm. Kaiser Wilhelm II to be precise. Germany's last emperor. Man with the self-awareness of a foghorn and the diplomatic subtlety of a sock full of doorknobs. He was loud, proud, insecure, erratic, and by many estimations the very personification of Europe's collective nervous breakdown in the early 20th century. If Franz Joseph was a cautious grandfather figure and Franz Ferdinand the stiff reformist nephew, Wilhelm was the hyperactive cousin who brought fireworks to a funeral and then blamed the butler when the place burned down. But let's not rush to judgment. Let's peel back the medals, the manles, and the military parades, and look at the man behind the mustache. Friedrich Wilhelm Victor Alba was born on January the 27th, 1859 in Berlin. That's right. Born into the Prussian royal family, and from the moment he took his first squalling breath he was destined to lead. Trouble is fate had other ideas. His birth was a traumatic one. His left arm was badly damaged, permanently paralyzed. In an age obsessed with masculinity, military strength, and physical perfection, this was, to put it mildly, PR disaster. Naturally, the solution wasn't empathy or support. It was relentless physical therapy and emotional abuse. His British mother, Princess Victoria, eldest daughter of Queen Victoria herself, was mortified. His Prussian relatives weren't any more delicate. And Wilhelm, poor lad, grew up overcompensating for his withered arm with saber-rattling military uniforms and an ego that could blot out the sun. From early on, he was caught in a cultural tug-of-war. His English side gave him Shakespeare, naval dreams, and awkward tea etiquette. His German side gave him cold Prussian discipline, and a penchant for spiked helmets. He was half Anglophile, half iron-fisted nationalist, and wholly confused about which side of himself to feed. In 1888, Germany got a new emperor. 3. Actually in quick succession. First, Wilhelm's grandfather. Wilhelm I kicked the royal bucket. Then his liberal-leaning father, Frederick III, ruled for a mere 99 days before dying of throat cancer. And suddenly at just 29, young Wilhelm was Kaiser of a newly united German empire. Here was a man with a throne and no filter. His first major act firing the Iron Chancellor himself, Otto von Bismarck, the architect of Germany's unification, a political giant, and the one man who might have kept Wilhelm's wild instincts in check. But no, Wilhelm fancied himself a ruler of destiny. He didn't want to be advised. He wanted to be adored. Out went Bismarck. In came a series of forgettable yes-men. Wilhelm preferred sycophants to statesmen, ceremonial uniforms to sensible reforms, and declarations of divine right to actual governing. He was a master of contradiction, obsessed with appearing strong but deeply wounded by criticism, desperate to be Europe's alpha, but constantly whining about being misunderstood. He once said, "I am the salt of the earth," which sounds less like a Kaiser and more like a guy auditioning for The Bachelor. Let's talk boats. Big boats. Pointy boats. Wilhelm had a thing for the sea, probably because he couldn't ride a horse properly with his left arm. But whatever the cause, his obsession with the Navy became his passion project. Britain, of course, ruled the waves. The Royal Navy was their crown jewel, their pride, their floating fortress of empire. And Wilhelm, thanks to his mother and countless awkward summers with Grandma Queen Victoria, had grown up idolizing that British naval power. But nothing says thank you for the childhood biscuits like launching a full-blown naval arms race against your cousins. He poured money into the German Navy like it was a bottomless stein of imperial beer. He wanted dreadnoughts. He wanted cruisers. He wanted floating steel temples of German might. And the British, they noticed. Nothing makes a rivalry worse than your in-laws pretending they're not afraid of you. Wilhelm's naval buildup strained Britain-Germany relations to a snapping point. The more ships he built, the more Britain glared back and launched more of their own. It was like two toddlers stacking Legos to see whose tower would crush the cat first. Now a wise ruler plays chess. Wilhelm played pin the blame on the alliance. He was erratic in foreign policy, impulsive in speech and allergic to subtlety. Where Bismarck had forged alliances with surgical precision, Wilhelm tossed out long-standing treaties like expired milk. He bungled relations with Russia, flirted awkwardly with Austria-Hungary, and treated France like a frenemy in a historical sitcom. And Britain, he sent them love letters, then turned around and threatened to out-dreadnought them. One day he was praising Queen Victoria's memory. The next he was writing newspaper op-eds accusing Britain of trying to encircle and humiliate Germany. Honestly, the man flip-flopped harder than a fish at Oktoberfest. His infamous 1908 Daily Telegraph interview, where he declared the British were mad and ungrateful for all his friendship, nearly caused an international incident. His own ministers were horrified. The world realized that letting Wilhelm talk was like handing a loaded blunderbuss to a sleepwalker. By the early 1900s, Europe had transformed into a network of fragile, rigid alliances. Germany was chained to Austria-Hungary in a mutual paranoia pact. France and Russia snuggled up out of shared fear. Britain, long the aloof spinster of Europe, finally joined in the dance through the Triple Entente. Wilhelm, sensing this tightening web of rival powers, didn't exactly handle it with grace. He doubled down on military preparedness, wrapped himself in Teutonic bombast, and convinced himself Germany was being encircled by jealous, scheming nations. What did he do to ease tensions? Nothing helpful. He built more battleships, gave more inflammatory speeches, and increasingly left real diplomacy to underlings who mostly cleaned up his messes while praying he wouldn't open his mouth. Then came 1914. Franz Ferdinand was dead. Austria-Hungary, Wilhelm's bestie by default, was out for blood. Wilhelm's reaction was initially bizarrely empathetic. He liked Franz Ferdinand. The man had a spine and Wilhelm respected that. But then the machine kicked in. Austria issued an ultimatum to Serbia. Serbia tried to play nice but not submissive. Wilhelm, still on his yacht, because of course he was, offered Austria a blank check. Whatever you do, we got your back. Worst check in history. Suddenly, Russia mobilized to defend Serbia. France followed. Germany panicked and declared war on Russia. Then France. And when Germany stormed through neutral Belgium to reach Paris faster, violating every rule of diplomatic restraint, Britain finally said, "Right, that's it. Boom. World War." Wilhelm had wanted a seat at the top table. He got a barber brawl that lasted 4 years, killed millions, shattered empires, and left Europe bleeding in the mud. The war went badly. Germany was strong, but not invincible. Blockades starved the people. The Western Front became a trench slog horror show. Allies tightened the noose. In 1918, after revolution brewed in Berlin and the military finally admitted defeat, Wilhelm was nudged, then shoved into abdication. He fled to the Netherlands, sulking in exile with a closet full of medals and a lifetime of bad decisions. He lived until 1941, watching Hitler rise and fall in a twisted sequel to his own misadventures. He was never allowed back into Germany. He died quietly, aged 82. No empire, no fanfare, just a footnote in a war he helped create and could never escape. So who was Wilhelm II really? He was a man with enormous potential and zero restraint. A monarch in a modern age. Allergic to democracy, but obsessed with popularity. He was theatrical, insecure, dangerously impulsive, and utterly convinced of his own divine purpose. He had flashes of brilliance, moments of humanity, but they were buried under a mountain of ego, saber rattling, and historical bad timing. Wilhelm II didn't cause World War I alone, but he sure helped grease the wheels. If he'd been a little less dramatic, a little more diplomatic, the world might have burned slower or not at all. But he wasn't. He was Kaiser Wilhelm, the emperor who couldn't stop talking, couldn't stop building warships, and couldn't see that the age of emperors was ending fast. Tsar Nicholas II, the emperor who couldn't catch a break. The man, the myth, the mournful beard, last emperor of all the Russers, crowned by God, destroyed by history, and known to his friends and tragically his enemies as Nicky. Imagine a man caught in a hurricane of revolution, war, and political incompetence, clinging to the helm of an empire with the confidence of a man who just realized his map is upside down. That, my dear dreamer, is Nicholas Alexandrovich Roman in a royal nutshell. Let's meet the man who tried to rule a crumbling colossus with the political instincts of a Labrador retriever and a complete inability to tell when the house was on fire. Nicholas was born on May 18, 1868 in Zasko, the glittering Romanov playground outside St. Petersburg. His father, Tsar Alexander III, was a towering autocrat, built like a steam engine and emotionally about as warm. Young Nicholas grew up in a world of palaces, orthodox sermons, and constant reminders that the Romanovs didn't do things like parliaments or liberal reforms. They did crowns, cannons, and holy authority. Thank you very much. But here's the issue. Nicholas wasn't his father. He was small, quiet, mild-mannered, thoughtful, sometimes even sweet. Unfortunately, sweetness is not what one needs to run an empire that stretched from Poland to the Pacific. His education was tailored more for a gentleman than a ruler. He studied languages, history, military science, and how to wear epaulettes without dislocating a shoulder. But his political instruction laughable. Alexander III didn't trust him with real statecraft. And so when Daddy unexpectedly dropped dead of kidney disease in 1894, Nicholas, aged 26, became Tsar of 16th of the Earth's landmass. He greeted the news with the infamous line, "I am not ready to be Tsar." And oh, how right he was. Within weeks of ascending to the throne, Nicholas married Princess Alix of Hesse, Queen Victoria's granddaughter. She converted to Russian Orthodoxy, changed her name to Alexandra Fyodorova, and entered the Russian court like a weary cat in a room full of firecrackers. But here's the thing. Nicholas and Alexandra actually loved each other deeply, passionately, obsessively, which in a royal marriage was practically unheard of. Unfortunately, Alexandra was intensely shy, deeply religious, and absolutely hated the Romanov court. She preferred incense and mysticism to banquets and diplomacy. And when their first 4 children turned out to be girls, gasp, Russia began to whisper at Serena, who couldn't produce a male heir. The peasantry wept. The nobles sneered. The court whispered in corners. Then in 1904, after nearly a decade of trying, Alexandra finally gave birth to a son, Alex. But joy quickly turned to horror. The boy had hemophilia, a blood disease that made bruises deadly and paper cuts terrifying. The Romanovs kept it a secret, but they were desperate. Which brings us to the weirdest part of this whole royal tragedy. Rasputin. Grigory Rasputin was a Siberian mystic who wandered into the Romanovs' lives like a vodka-soaked fever dream. He claimed to have healing powers. And shockingly, he seemed to calm Alex's hemophiliac episodes. Likely through stress reduction, not sorcery. Alexandra became convinced he was sent by God. The court, of course, went bananas. Rasputin was crude, drunk, scandalous, and let's be honest, wryer of both goat and manipulation. But Alexandra trusted him implicitly, and Nicholas spinelessly went along with it. Rasputin soon wielded more influence than most ministers. Appointments, policies, court decisions. He had a finger in every pie, and probably a few fingers where they didn't belong. The public was scandalized. Whispers of orgies, black magic, and treason flooded the streets. Did it matter that most of it was untrue? Of course not. It was Imperial Russia. Optics were everything. Before Rasputin, there was another catastrophe. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905. Nicholas, in a misguided bid to bolster Russian prestige and distract from internal unrest, picked a fight with Japan. Japan promptly wiped the floor with Russia's outdated navy and creaky army. The final insult came when the entire Baltic fleet sent on a 20,000 mi voyage arrived at Tsushima and was promptly obliterated in 24 hours. At home, the humiliation stung. Then came 1905. Protests, strikes, and one particularly infamous Sunday in January when peaceful demonstrators marched to present a petition to the Tsar. Soldiers opened fire. Hundreds died. This became known as Bloody Sunday. And Nicholas's reputation was toast. Faced with revolution, Nicholas issued the October Manifesto. Concessions, a constitution, a Doomer parliament. Gasp. But don't get excited. As soon as the unrest calmed, Nicholas clipped the Doomer's wings and reasserted autocratic power. Classic Romanov. Bait and switch. The revolution was postponed, but not extinguished. Through it all, Nicholas remained Nicholas, dutiful, polite, and utterly disconnected from reality. He believed truly in the divine right of kings. He believed the Russian people loved him despite mounting evidence to the contrary. He believed God had put him on the throne and would carry him through. While workers starved and revolutionaries plotted, Nicholas retreated into family life. He played with his children, tended to his garden, went on sleigh rides. Adorable. Yes. Effective leadership. Not quite. He trusted bad advisors. He let Alexandra and Rasputin sway his decisions. He viewed any form of liberalism as a personal affront. In short, he governed a modernizing nation with the mindset of a medieval monarch. And then came the ultimate test. World War I. In 1914, when Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, Nicholas felt obligated to back his Slavic brethren. He mobilized the Russian army, triggering a cascade of alliances. Germany declared war on Russia, then France, then Britain, and just like that, Europe was a chessboard soaked in kerosene. Nicholas made the worst possible move. He left the capital to command the army himself. Now, let's be clear. Nicholas was not a brilliant strategist. He was barely competent. His presence at the front didn't inspire the troops. It just made him directly responsible for every failure, and there were many. Back in Petrograd, Alexandra and Rasputin held the reins. Ministers were fired. Scandals multiplied. Public faith collapsed. The army bled out. Bread lines grew. The Duma protested. Nicholas ignored them. And then in 1917, Russia exploded. The February Revolution began with women demanding bread. It ended with the Tsar on a train signing his abdication. Nicholas stepped down on March 2, 1917. He believed he was saving Russia from civil war. In reality, he was stepping into a lion's den. The provisional government took over. Then came the Bolsheviks. Lenin, Trotsky, red flags, hammers, sickles, gulags, the full Soviet starter kit. Nicholas and his family were placed under house arrest in Siberia. At first, it was relatively mild. But then the Civil War began and the Reds decided the Romanovs were a liability. On July 17, 1918, in the basement of the Apatov house, the entire Romanov family was executed. Nicholas, Alexandra, their 5 children, and several servants, all shot by Bolshevik guards in a flurry of chaos. Bullets and bayonets. Their remains were dumped in a forest. Decades later, they were exhumed and reread with honors in St. Petersburg. Nicholas's canonization as a saint by the Russian Orthodox Church came in the 2000s. Was he a martyr? Perhaps was he a good ruler? Not even close. So, who was Nicholas II? A loving husband, a doting father, a deeply devout man, and an absolutely catastrophic monarch. He clung to autocracy in an age of revolution. He listened to mystics instead of ministers. He mistook reverence for loyalty and tradition for strength. He lacked vision, adaptability, and the capacity to lead a modern nation. He didn't cause the Russian Revolution, but he made it inevitable. Nicholas II was the emperor who couldn't say no to war, couldn't say yes to reform, and couldn't get out of his own way. He was the tragic last act of a dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries and went out not with grandeur but with a whimper in a cellar. Woodrow Wilson, the professor who tried to lecture the world. The only U.S. president who brought a PhD to a gunfight. Imagine, if you will, a man so intellectually convinced of his own righteousness that he tried to end war with a listicle. Wilson was the kind of leader who didn't just want to win the war. He wanted to grade it, revise it, and assign a 10-page essay on how we could all do better next time. And yet beneath the moral high ground and academic prose lived a man riddled with contradictions, prejudices, and one of the most dramatic second-act flops in political history. Thomas Woodrow Wilson was born on December 28, 1856 in Staunton, Virginia, in the not-so-glamorous middle of the American South. His father was a Presbyterian minister who doubled as a Confederate sympathizer during the Civil War. So yes, young Woodrow grew up breathing in God, grammar, and lost cause grumbling. As a boy, he was bright, but plagued by what we now suspect was undiagnosed dyslexia. Still, he devoured books and developed a near-religious obsession with ideas, structure, and order. His heroes Jefferson, Burke, Hamilton, the kind of men who never met a sentence they couldn't stretch to 3 clauses. Wilson went on to attend Princeton, then the College of New Jersey, studied law at UVA, then got a PhD in political science from Johns Hopkins. That made him the first and only U.S. president with a doctorate. And let me tell you, he never let anyone forget it. He became president of Princeton University, where he ruffled feathers with reforms, elitism, and a complete inability to suffer fools quietly. Then, in the grand American tradition of hiring academics to fix things they barely understand, he was made governor of New Jersey. There he surprised everyone by actually being good at politics. In 1912, with Theodore Roosevelt and William Howard Taft busy destroying each other in a three-way electoral slugfest. Wilson waltzed into the White House on a cloud of progressivism and good diction. As president, Wilson did plenty of impressive things. He created the Federal Reserve. He signed the Clayton Antitrust Act. He introduced the first income tax under the 16th Amendment. His domestic agenda was called the New Freedom, which, depending on who you were, either felt like a breath of fresh air or a polite lecture from your dad about bank reform. But let's talk about his Achilles heel race. Wilson was a white Southern elitist. And no, that's not a spicy insult. That's just his biography. He segregated the federal government. He screened the birth of a nation, a literal Klan propaganda film in the White House. He believed in separate but equal, with more emphasis on separate and almost none on equal. Progressive in economic policy. Sure. Progressive on civil rights. Not even remotely. When World War I broke out in 1914, Wilson's first instinct was to stay the hell out of it. America was in his mind a shining city on a hill, not a mud-splattered trench in Flanders. Neutrality was his mantra. He won re-election in 1916 on the slogan, "He kept us out of war," which aged about as well as unrefrigerated potato salad. But neutrality gets tricky when German Hubert are sinking your ships. The final straw was the Zimmermann telegram, in which Germany offered to help Mexico invade the U.S. if America didn't stay out of it. Subtle. It was not. In April 1917, Wilson went to Congress and declared war on Germany. Not because he wanted to conquer anything. Oh no. He wanted to make the world safe for democracy. That was the line. And just like that, America was in. Now, did Wilson suddenly transform into a military mastermind? Absolutely not. He let General Pershing and the military do the dirty work, while he sketched out what post-war Europe should look like in his idealist little planner. America's arrival tipped the scales. The Allies surged. The Central Powers crumbled. By November 1918, the war was over. Everyone was exhausted, bleeding, and bitter except Wilson, who was practically floating on a cloud of moral superiority. He saw his moment. While Europe fumed and starved, Wilson started crafting the 14 points, his personal TED Talk to end all wars. The 14 points were Wilson's magnum opus, a set of ideals more aspirational than enforceable. Self-determination for all nations, open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, and most famously a League of Nations, a big international club where countries would talk instead of shoot. Wilson went to the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 like a rock star in a three-piece suit. Europeans swooned. Crowds chanted his name. He was the prophet from Princeton. He genuinely believed he could rewire the world for peace. There was just one problem. Everyone else had lived through 4 years of trench slaughter and wanted revenge. Not lectures. At Versailles, Wilson faced British Prime Minister David Lloyd George. Can he political? French Premier Gore Clemenceau. Furious. Unforgiving. And Italian Premier Vittorio Orlando. Mostly there for vibes. These men didn't want justice. They wanted payback. Clemenceau famously quipped, "Wilson has 14 points. God Almighty has 10. Wilson tried to hold the line. He compromised. Some say too much. In the end, Germany was saddled with crushing reparations and blamed for everything. The League of Nations made it into the treaty. Wilson called it a victory. The rest of the world called it a mess. Barely duct taped together. Still, Wilson came home hoping for ratification. Back in Washington, Wilson faced his greatest enemy yet, the United States Senate. They hated the League of Nations. They saw it as a foreign entanglement, a surrender of American sovereignty. Led by Senator Henry Cattlodge, Wilson's political nemesis and human embodiment of a bitter divorce. The Senate gutted the treaty. Wilson, ever the moralist, refused to compromise. No changes. No negotiations. His ego, already the size of a transatlantic steamship, simply wouldn't allow it. Then in 1919, Wilson suffered a massive stroke while touring the country to rally support for the League. He was incapacitated. For months, the U.S. was essentially run by his wife, Edith Wilson, in a constitutional gray area known as, wait, is this legal? The Senate killed the treaty. The U.S. never joined the League. Wilson never recovered. He lived out his final years bitter, broken, and convinced he'd been betrayed by the very country he tried to elevate. So, who was Woodrow Wilson? A visionary. Yes. A reformer. Often. A racist. Absolutely. A peacemaker in theory. A political disaster. Without question. Wilson tried to bring academic idealism to a world bloodied by realpolitik. He was a man of principles but also pride. He wanted to uplift the world but couldn't lift himself above petty grudges. He built the League of Nations, an idea decades ahead of its time, and yet couldn't bring his own country into it. His presidency was one of towering highs and abysmal lows. He expanded the role of government, shaped the modern presidency, and left a legacy so complicated historians still can't agree whether to erect statues or tear them down. Woodrow Wilson came to the stage of world history like a professor lecturing a classroom full of knife fighters. He thought ideas would save us. Instead, they drowned in the mud of Europe and the swamp of the U.S. Senate. And yet, his fingerprints are still all over the modern world order. The United Nations. His idea with a better marketing team. Global diplomacy still trying to match his vision. He didn't end war. He didn't save democracy. But he gave it one hell of a syllabus. David Lloyd George. The Welsh wizard of war and wiggling out of trouble. Now, here was a man who didn't walk into history. He charged in arm flailing, tire skew, yelling something about land, taxes, and social justice, and somehow left with a crown jewel or two in his pocket. Lloyd George was many things. Radical reformer, war manager, imperial schemer, incurable flirt, and a man who could argue a chimney into catching fire. If the other leaders of World War I were aristocrats drowning in epaulettes and moral paralysis, Lloyd George was the charming rogue who sold them the life jackets, inflated them with hot air, and then built them twice. He wasn't born to rule. He wasn't supposed to last. And yet he somehow outmaneuvered kings, generals, and the ghost of Queen Victoria herself. Let's begin. David Lloyd George was born in 1863 in Manchester, England. But don't tell the Welsh that. He was raised in Leany's Dwmi, a small village in North Wales, where his widowed mother and shoemaker uncle shaped him into a pint-sized political firebrand before he could say House of Commons. His background dirt poor, his politics radical, his accent thick enough to stop bullets and his ambition unyielding. He trained as a solicitor, a lawyer for my non-Brits, and quickly developed a reputation as someone who could tear the trousers off a landowner in court and leave him thanking him for the breeze. By the time he entered Parliament in 1890, he had one goal: stick it to the elites and make Britain a bit less medieval. Spoiler alert. He kind of did. In Parliament, Lloyd George wasn't just loud. He was dangerous. He took on the landed gentry, the church, and the Tory party with the glee of a man who knew he wasn't invited to their dinner parties, and had no interest in pretending otherwise. He rose quickly through the liberal ranks, and by 1908, he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, Britain's top money man. His People's Budget of 1909 tried to tax the rich to fund welfare reforms. Cues screaming from the aristocracy and the House of Lords clutching their pearls. But Lloyd George didn't care. He called the Lords 500 men chosen at random from the ranks of the unemployed. And when they blocked his budget, he basically dared them to start a constitutional crisis. They did. He won. Classic Lloyd George. When World War I began in 1914, Lloyd George was quite frankly not thrilled. He had spent most of his career opposing war, colonial expansion, and military brass hats. But when war came, he adapted faster than you can say total mobilization. First, he took over as Minister of Munitions. Basically, the guy who made sure British soldiers had bullets, boots, and occasionally working guns. He turned factories into war machines, got women into the workforce, and made bureaucracy cry uncle. Then he became Secretary of State for War. Then in 1916, after the war effort stalled and Prime Minister H.H. Ask drifted into political fog, Lloyd George pulled off a political coup, with backroom deals, coalition whispers, and a few polite betrayals. He forced Ask without and became Prime Minister of Britain. Yes, the man who once railed against imperialism and warlords now was the warlord with better hair. From 1916 to 1918, Lloyd George was the face of Britain's war effort. Not in the trenches. He preferred fine tailoring and decent lighting. But in the strategy rooms, making generals sweat and allies sweat harder. He clashed with military leaders like Field Marshal Hay, who loved frontal assaults and unreadable battle plans. Lloyd George, ever the civilian skeptic, distrusted them deeply, but couldn't remove them without causing chaos. So, he did what he always did, worked around them, behind them, and sometimes in spite of them. He charmed the French, corralled the Americans, begged, borrowed, and politicked Britain through to victory. When the armistice was signed in November 1918, Lloyd George was hailed as the man who had won the war without ever firing a shot himself. Cue the confetti. Cue the re-election. Cue the hubris. In 1919, the Big Three, Clemenceau, Wilson, and Lloyd George, assembled in Paris to carve up the world like a badly burned cake. Clemenceau wanted revenge. Wilson wanted idealism. Lloyd George, he wanted to keep the British Empire intact and his political career afloat. At Versailles, he played mediator. He calmed Wilson, soothed Clem also, and occasionally stabbed both in the back. Politely with footnotes. He knew the treaty was harsh. He knew it might lead to more war. He signed it anyway, because while he agreed with Wilson's 14 points in public, privately he was thinking, we didn't slog through 4 years of trench hell to give Germany a cuddle. He got British mandates in the Middle East, secured the Empire's influence, and came home to thunderous applause. It would be the last time everyone loved him at once. After Versailles, Lloyd George tried to build a land fit for heroes. But Britain was broke. The soldiers came home to unemployment, unrest, and not nearly enough heroes welcome. His post-war coalition fell apart. His handling of the Irish War of Independence alienated half the country. He tried to be the Empire's CEO, micromanaging global policy from Downing Street with diminishing returns. By 1922, even the Conservatives, his own allies, had had enough of the Welsh whirlwind. They dumped him in the Carlton Club meeting like a bad stock option. He resigned. Just like that. The man who'd led Britain through its greatest crisis was out of power. And the country barely looked back. He had spent the 1930s with journalism and travel and the writing of his memoirs. Lloyd George died of cancer at the age of 82 on March 26, 1945, with his wife Frances and his daughter Megan at his bedside. So, who was David Lloyd George really? He was brilliant. He was slippery. He was brave and vain and loud and clever. He was a reformer who used the tools of the establishment to change it. He was a wartime leader who hated war. He gave speeches that could melt stone and promises that often evaporated by morning. He modernized Britain, helped win the war, and shaped the post-war world. But he also let short-term politics trump long-term peace. He alienated allies, betrayed friends, and left just enough bitterness behind to haunt Europe for decades. He was, in short, the most effective politician in the room and also the most dangerous man to trust with the keys. David Lloyd George was the man who said, "Don't be afraid to take a big step if one is indicated. You can't cross a chasm in 2 small jumps." He lived by that rule. He leapt often, usually landing with style and occasionally taking the chasm down with him. Gore Clemenceau, the tiger who bit back. Now it's time to meet the French Prime Minister who didn't give a single fig poached or otherwise about your peace dreams, your 14 points, or your delicate American optimism. George Clemenceau wasn't here to negotiate. He was here to win. He came to Versailles not as a gentleman but as a tiger with scars, teeth, and receipts. You thought Woodrow Wilson was intense. You thought Lloyd George was shifty. Well, more petite choux. Allow me to introduce the man who survived duels, outlived political exile, and treated diplomacy like trench warfare with better upholstery. George Clemenceau, surgeon, journalist, revolutionary, prime minister twice, France's avenging grandfather. Let's dig in. Born in 1841 in rural Vendée, France, a region that had once rebelled against the French Revolution. Clemenceau was raised by a doctor father who was both a Republican and anti-clerical, which in 19th century France basically meant heresy with a stethoscope. George grew up fiery, brilliant, and allergic to authority. He trained as a doctor because nothing says future prime minister like blood and scalpels, then veered off course and fell in love with journalism, politics, and shouting at monarchists. He went to Paris, founded radical newspapers, and gave speeches so scorching they made the wallpaper peel. In the 1870s, he entered the French National Assembly and quickly earned the nickname Ladegre. Not because he was cuddly, but because he tore into opponents with surgical precision and zero remorse. But politics, like trench warfare and Sulitz, is full of surprises. After years of battling conservatives supporting the Dreyfus affair, more on that in a moment, and generally being France's loudest voice for justice and secularism, Clemenceau fell into political disgrace in the 1890s. Just a little scandal involving shady financial dealings. Nothing that would raise an eyebrow today, but enough to get him booted from the National Assembly back then. So he vanished for a while, wrote, traveled, shouted from the sidelines. He once said, "A man who is not ready to die for his ideas is not worthy of them." And judging by the number of duels he almost fought, he meant it. But when France needed him most in 1917, with the war going badly and morale in the gutter, guess who got the call? Ladegre. Picture it. French soldiers mutinying, the Germans digging deeper, the Allies squabbling. Into this burning dumpster of despair steps a 76-year-old firebrand with a cane in one hand and political napalm in the other. Clemenceau became prime minister again, but this time with absolute focus. His mission: save France, destroy Germany, and take no prisoners. Rhetorically, of course, he centralized war planning. He cracked down on defeatists. He visited the front lines regularly. Imagine Churchill meets your terrifying grandfather and reminded soldiers, ministers, and generals alike that France would not collapse on his watch. He even survived an assassination attempt shot by an anarchist. The bullet lodged near his heart. Doctors said it was safer to leave it in. Clemenceau agreed. The assassin got 15 years. Clemenceau got better press. When the war finally ended in 1918, Clemenceau didn't breathe a sigh of relief. He lit a cigarette, spat in the general direction of Germany, and packed his bags for the Paris Peace Conference. Now, let's be clear. Clemenceau did not come to Versailles to make friends. He wanted revenge. He wanted Alsace-Lorraine back. He wanted reparations. He wanted German boots off French soil forever. And when Woodrow Wilson showed up with his 14 points and his League of Nations, Clemenceau responded with the diplomatic equivalent of how cute. To Clemenceau, Wilson was a lecture in human form. Too idealistic. Too American. Too non-French. Clemenceau famously snapped. Wilson has 14 points. God only needed 10. As for Lloyd George, Clemenceau respected him, but didn't trust him farther than he could throw a treaty. The two men sparred, drank, made backroom deals, and occasionally agreed just to confuse the room. In the end, Clemenceau got much of what he wanted. Germany was blamed for the war, forced to pay reparations, disarmed and humiliated. France got Alsace-Lorraine, control of the Saar for 15 years and occupation of the Rhineland. He wanted more. He always did. But he left Versailles satisfied that France had clawed its way back from the brink. In 1920, with the Treaty of Versailles signed and the world limping into peace, Clemenceau stepped down. He refused to run for president, though many begged him to because he knew the job was ceremonial and Clemenceau didn't do ceremonial. He preferred action, cigars, and telling people they were idiots. He spent his final years writing, traveling, and being treated like a national monument. He once went to Egypt, looked at the Sphinx, and reportedly muttered, "Too verbose. Legend maybe, but very on brand." He died in 1929, aged 88, with the scars of political battles still metaphorically and literally in his chest. France mourned. The world remembered. And the League of Nations floundered without him, probably grateful he wasn't around to insult it weekly. So, who was Gore Cleo? He was sharp, furious, principled and petty, a radical turned realist, a tiger who hated cowards, a patriot who preferred progress. He believed in truth, justice, and France's sacred right to not be obliterated by Prussia again. He didn't care for pleasantries. He didn't suffer fools. He said what he thought, did what he said, and burned every bridge he didn't like the look of. He helped France survive its darkest hour. He helped end the war. He didn't build the peace, but maybe he knew it wouldn't last. Georges Clemenceau wasn't a warm leader. He wasn't a kind one, but he was the man France needed. Crusty, unyielding, and absolutely done with everyone's excuses. He didn't peddle hope. He peddled survival.